Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we continue our intense book study on the Qabalistic Symbolism, a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism by Gareth. Tonight we will be studying the 27th path as well as the 25th path. So get ready, get ready. You know the drill. Have your text, have your notes. We're about to dive into this thing. Straight up. Straight up. You know the deal. So peace and greetings to all my favorite people. Welcome, welcome. Rose of Frame. Rose of Flame. Peace, peace. Love you too. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sirius Suit 888. Peace and welcome. Peace and welcome. Tata. Peace, peace. And as we begin, I want to let you know, I mentioned previously that I will be hosting a live workshop, and it's going to be all about spiritual authority. And within a short amount of time, I'll be able to show you exactly how you can access a direct line to your higher self, how to take that context and reshape your life. So that's still happening. It was originally planned for tonight, but I found it would be much better to host it next Saturday. So if you're interested in that, you can learn a little bit more by clicking the link that is pinned at the top of the chat. And I'll be making videos all week about this subject, spiritual authority. So you'll have ample opportunity to join in next Saturday. So get ready for that. This is going to be a big one. So tonight, the tarot cards associated with these paths are, of course, Temperance, and we're going to start with the Tower. The Tower. Intense, right? Let me know if the audio is clear, if you can hear me, if the music is fine, and we will begin. Cosmic Traveler, peace and welcome. So far, so good. El Sanchez, peace. El Sanchez says, I like these book reads. I like them too. I like them too. K. Harris, peace, peace. Good to see you as well. All right, Rosa Flame says good. Tata says sounds good. Excellent. Excellent. How's your week been? Has this been a productive week? Have you found yourself saying, I control the context? Have you been operating from a place of clarity, a place of mental sobriety? Or have you been letting elemental forces dictate what happens in your decision-making faculty? Let me know how it's going for you. Let me know. Do you love me when I do when you love me nobody? Do you love me when you love me nobody? Sunshine Chick, always good to see you. Peace and greetings. Hope you're having a good night. El Sanchez has a little bit of both. Right on. But the thing is, you're aware of it, you're paying attention, and that's what counts. Real deal. I've been so serious about my mental sobriety lately, really taking, care of what I allow to influence my decisions, really having an honest look at the things that I put into my body and into my mind, the things that I allow to influence my soul and my spirit, my decision making. And it's been very enlightening, very enlightening. I've been restructuring taking more control over my inner environment, inner landscape, and I'm already seeing results. I'm seeing more energy. I'm seeing more intention in the things that I do, more productivity. Loving it. And I plan on keeping it up. And I wish the same for you. I know that y'all are serious about your spiritual path, so can't wait to see what you come up with. Okay, so I think we're good. Mastermind says I might need this study. Been going through the ringer lately. All self-made, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the whole thing is options, right? Most people don't believe that they have options out of the darkness, so they stay there. Sirius Who AAA says, wow, I can see how the elements are always in play now. Yes, sir. That's all that there is. Elemental forces. Peace. Zero. Peace, peace. Good to see you. Hey man, I got that book. I got that book from my son. He's at an amusement park right now, so he didn't get to receive his gift, but when he comes back, I'm sure he's gonna love it. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way. Anything to get him to read. Tata says, letting go of much to focus on these paths, learning to have a harmonious relationship with the lower and higher worlds. Awesome. Awesome. All right, let's do this. The 27th path, Hod to Netzach. So you can see the tree of life in your mind. You see that Hod is over here, Netzach is over here, and this line is going across. So this is the path that goes across, Hod to Netzach. The key is pay, which means mouth. The spiritual significance is Mars. So we're dealing with that Mars energy. No surprise that this is the card that represents that. No surprise. A lot of people are afraid of this card. You know, they think that when they see it in their reading, this signifies disaster. But it doesn't exactly mean disaster. It does mean radical change. Does mean radical change. Monica Lawan, good evening. Good evening. Zero says, you're welcome, Trav. That book gave me much inspiration to plan something. Uh-oh. Seriously, AAA says, how would elemental force look in the psychology realm? Well, when I said that the elemental forces are all that there is, I mean that literally, right? There's nothing outside of elemental forces that you can experience. On the physical plane, you know, you're dealing with taste, which is water, smell, which is earth, vision, which is fire, touch, which is air. In the psychological realm, we're mostly dealing with the combination of these elemental forces that form the concepts that we hold. So all of your beliefs, all of your habits, um, everything that composes your thought process and your inner mental structure, your personality, your beliefs, your memories, everything in your head is what the elemental forces look like in the psychology realm. And they run wild, right? We've formed them, we've shaped them, and they run wild. All of your habit patterns, that's an elemental force. I've said it a lot. Life is inherently meaningless, but we give things meaning. And the meaning that we give things forms a shell. And those shells are composed out of the elemental forces. And they run on autopilot based on the instructions we've given them. So your life is an elemental force in the same way that Prakriti is composed of the tattvas, the matrix, the code of the matrix, the zeros and the ones. Well, those zeros and ones are the elemental forces. So magic is about harnessing that, structuring them so that they serve you, so that they're useful and appropriate, so that your elemental forces resonate with your end result. instead of being dissonant. Again, this is what my workshop this weekend or Saturday is going to be all about. Spiritual authority is operating from the fifth element, so you'll be able to see them clearly, structure them. I've got live rituals we're going to do. I've got PDFs to hand out. This is going to be different than any class I've ever done. So if you're interested in this, like I said, click the link that's pinned to the top of this comments. I'll be giving more information about this throughout the week. But let's get into this. Mary, peace. Rosa Flame says, like a pack of howling dogs. Oh, yeah. That symbol sounds familiar. So, the tower. Koisul says the Nefesh falls heavy in the elements. Absolutely. And the lower the plane, the more dense and direct the influence of those elemental forces. This is why, like, listen to the words that I say. I clarify my speech for a reason. The decision-making faculty. In yoga, we call that ahamkara. We call that ego. The decision-making faculty is what is influenced by the elemental forces. So all the mind really is an empty space. And all your ego really is the thing that makes decisions. So on either side of that decision-making faculty, you've got elemental forces that are saying, hey, remember when this happened 20 years ago? Yeah, let's behave based on that experience. That's what your elemental forces do. They push and they influence your decision-making faculty. And when I say autopilot, most of the time we're not aware and we just let the elements guide us, nudge us, and push us. So I hope that that adds clarity to what you're saying, or to what I'm saying, or to what you asked. You know what it is. Planet Z, greetings. Greetings. We are still on the first couple of lines. But let's go. I'm happy to be here tonight. I hope that you guys are too. So, Mars, theory, Lord of the hosts of the mighty. 16, the house of God. The colors, scarlet, red, Venetian red, bright red, rayed, azure, and emerald. These are the colors of the path on the four different worlds. The text, the 27th path is the active or exciting intelligence, and it is so called because through it, every existent being receives its spirit and motion. Motion. Wraith 636, peace, peace. Ray says, peace and gratitude, Brother Travis, in the chat. Sharing the session, and we'll be listening in. Thank you. Thank you, and I'm glad you're here. Awesome, awesome. Christian Age, peace. Christian Age says, Mars is the most high. I wouldn't agree with that. Maybe you know something I don't know, but, you know, there's a few things higher than Mars. Mars is just a piece of the bigger picture. One, this path, a lateral one, right? When you look at the tree, you'll see that this path is going left to right as opposed to diagonally up and down. Thank you, Sunshine Chick. Please smash the like button if you're excited about this content and you're ready to learn tonight. If you're an occultist, a spiritualist, a magus, a witch, whatever you call yourself, hit that like button. Hit that like button. I need YouTube to recognize, with your help, of course. So this path, a lateral one, is the main girder of the personality, linking the center of creative power in Netzach and the center of concrete ideation in Hod. It is a path, therefore, which holds tremendous dynamics. It links directly the basal sephiroth, which are aligned with the opposite poles of the principles of manifestation, the positive and negative pillars. So this path connects the positive and negative pillars, right? And also, it's one of the first barriers that you are going to run into on your ascension into divinity. The very first barrier that you reach is learning how to navigate imagination, learning how to stay awake during meditation, right? But this is the next barrier. a veil. There's a name for this particular veil. Maybe some of you might know what it is. So when you look at the tree and you see the paths that go from left to right, those represent very strong veils that separate one density of consciousness to another density of consciousness. So it is a path, therefore, which holds tremendous dynamics. It links directly the basal Sephiroth, which are aligned with the opposite poles of the principles of manifestation, the positive and negative pillars. Two, it is rather like the principles in the structure of the physical atom, which is a complex of forces of differing polarity held in together as a unit with tremendous force. And as the splitting of the atoms of 1 gram of helium releases 200,000 kilowatt hours of energy, enough to power enough power to light 200,000 lamps of 100 watts for 10 hours. So the psychic energy bound up within a unit of human life may be considered to be a similarly astronomical figure. It is energy on this scale that may account for certain types of hauntings, particularly those of a violent or long lasting type. So think about that, right? If we can split an atom of 1 gram of helium and it releases like 200,000 kilowatt hours of energy, imagine by comparison how much energy, how much power is bundled up in your personal life force. So if you think about that, right, how much actual power and energy that is fueling you, you can see possibly how supernatural activity might linger around certain places. According to legend, often people who die in very violent or drastic ways, that energy being ripped from one plane to another leaves an echo, leaves an imprint. So it says it is energy on this scale that may account for certain types of hauntings, particularly those of a violent or long lasting type. Great shock, such as murder or sudden death, may cause a splitting off of certain aspects of a personality, resulting in the great force that must be present for entities to build up etherically without prepared conditions and to throw heavy physical objects about. So there's somewhat of an answer for poltergeist type of activity. Three, this kind of thing relates to rare types of spiritual pathology and need not detain us. But it does give a concrete example of the high potencies involved in the makeup of the lower vehicles of a human being. It is this force, again in direct line on this path with the lightning flash, through which every existent being receives its spirit and motion. The Yetzerotic text also calls the powers of this path the active or exciting intelligence, for it is the manifestation of life force in the lower worlds. 4. For this reason, the planet Mars is well attributed to this path, for Mars is essentially the planet of activity and excitation, and is indeed the mundane chakra of Gibera, the great Sephirah of force in activity. This fundamental aspect of Mars is shown by the shape of its sign, the disk of spiritual being surmounted by an arrow. The colors of the path are also varieties of red, essentially the Mars color. Neat, look at that. It says verse 4 here, and it says verse 4 here. Does it say that in your book? JJ Kazi, peace. JJ Kazi says, Trav, I've been struggling to understand effective ways to use Kabbalah in my everyday life. I know you're reading, but a perspective to work with would be super helpful. Oh, that's easy. So it has everything to do with how you label and categorize your experiences, right? Um, Most people, when they get into spirituality, they section off and separate spiritual, magical stuff and regular, everyday stuff. Well, you need to erase that line if you're having trouble seeing effective ways to use Kabbalah in your everyday life. It starts with learning how to categorize your experiences Kabbalistically. And that's what all this is about, right? If you read these books, sure, there's a metaphysical breakdown, but most of these books also apply mundane breakdowns. Just talking about how Mars is a planet of activity. We often see it associated with warfare. Certainly, there are times in your life where you are engaged in conflict. Well, that's the force of Gibera at play. Right now, we're reading about the path of the 27th path. So, everything that's being talked about here is describing an energy that's behind certain experiences that you may encounter. So, the key here is learning how to categorize your experiences according to the tree. Once you do that, you'll see that you are living the tree always. This isn't something that you get into. This is a description of life as it is. We're just relabeling, reframing. So yeah, that's an easy one. Rosa Flame says yes, and I have the new one. Interesting. So yeah, this is actually verse 5. Mars or Ibra being the fifth Sephiroth. Nuru, peace, peace. It's been a minute. Good to see you in the place. Good to see you in the place. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Cosmic Puzzle, peace. Greetings, greetings. Zero says I made a tarot reading just before you started the reading, and appears the tower. Man, hell yeah, man. You already know. You already know, Zero. So, verse number 5. Nine Volta, peace and greetings. Love you guys. This is wonderful. Okay, so the Hebrew letter of the path is Pe, signifying the mouth. The mouth is that part of the organism that takes in nourishment and utters speech. The receptive aspect can be regarded as receiving of the downflow of life force from Netzach via the path of the lightning flash, right? By this means, the lower being is kept in existence. Again, as this path represents the structure of the personality, the attributes of the mouth reminds us that the purpose of incarnation is the seeking of the food of experience in form, right? The seeking of the food of experience in form for the benefit of the individuality and the spirit. In case you're new to this or you don't remember when we talk about the personality, we're talking about the lower self. We talk about the individuality, we're talking about the higher self. And the spirit, of course, is the most high aspect of your being. All right. So the personality, that's you, your ego, your incarnation. The individuality, that's what we would call your soul, your potentiality, the probability of your existence in the lower planes, and the collection of all your other incarnations. Then, of course, the spirit, which is consciousness, right? That highest aspect pressing down into the lower realms. You dig? JJ Kazi says, but once we reframe our reality with Kabbalistic symbols, are we able to create change within our reality? Is that what this book study teaches? So, Kabbalah empowers you with knowledge, with clarity of what's happening. You already change your reality with your decisions, right? Now imagine the greater the scope you'll have being able to change your reality with clarity, having more options, having a clear understanding of what you're doing. Because like I said, if you can categorize all your life experiences according to the different Sephiroth and the different paths, right? And then you understand the relationships between the different paths, the different Sephiroth, and what's happening here. If you understand the relationships, you can now look back at your life and start to see connections here, start to see relationships within your life. See, the mind And the human experience is not literal. It's not about raw facts and data. It doesn't matter if I read these words. What matters is if you're able to take these experiences and these words and symbolize them, because that's what your subconscious mind uses to navigate. Your subconscious mind uses symbols the same way we use a keyboard to type onto a computer. So if you understand the relationship and the connection of the symbols of your life, you can begin to move things around with intent. You begin to harmonize things, put things in order. I say harmonize because life is a ecosystem. It's a self-contained unit, right? So there's a bunch of parts and pieces inside this unit that affect each other. If you're having problems, if you're having stress, anxiety, dissonance, negative things in your life, it's because something is out of order. Something is not organized. There's not harmony. So bringing your life into harmony means adjusting all the symbolic experiences, symbolic beliefs in a way that serves the whole unit. Kabbalah helps you do that because it helps you place things in the right categories so that you can work with them efficiently. That's why there's so many correspondences. That's why I always say build your library of correspondences so that you can have a clear, defined keyboard to type with. Michael Green, peace. Michael Green says the tree of life in tarot is like a big filing cabinet for all the potentialities of life, neatly categorized. Eventually, once you get good, you know what symbol set to grab and use for magic. Precisely. Precisely. So every external experience is a representation of an internal energy, an internal force. You begin to connect the keys to their function. You learn the context of the content. Somebody let me know if that makes sense, because that might just be me rambling a bunch of words. Let me know if that's clear to anybody. Mysteries Ascent. Peace, peace. Koi Sewell says the body is a mask for the soul, and the soul is a body for the spirit. Well put. Rosa Flame says, "Man shall not live by bread alone." Right. That's what he's talking about right here. Right. The purpose of incarnation is the seeking of the food of experience in form. We are in form. We are experiencing form. We're seeking the food of experience in form. Why? For the benefit of the individuality, the soul, and the spirit. The soul is the body of the spirit. Live and direct. Thank you for what you do. My pleasure, my friend. My pleasure. Niru says, all well, fam. Good to hear your tones. Peace, peace. Christian H says, the great secret has been encoded in the English language. There's a language within a language. Letters are symbols intertwined. A D is a C reversed with a vertical line. Second coming, peace. Your profile picture. You know, I had that as my profile picture on Facebook a long time ago. I like that picture. Zero says that library of correspondences is a big tool. If you don't have it, you literally get lost. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cool, cool. JJ Kazi says, so I could identify an experience in my reality which corresponds with Hod. And if my goal is to transmute the energy to a Netzach energy, I would have to understand its relationship between the two. Precisely, right? Precisely. And even, let's even expand, right, to a meta state beyond that. It would even be helpful to identify the Hod situation, and instead of looking to change it, maybe identify what purpose it serves. Because if you're experiencing it, perhaps there's a reason you're experiencing it. Perhaps there's a lesson in the experience. Perhaps there's something that you're supposed to get out of that experience. Because everything that feels uncomfortable isn't necessarily meant to be transmuted into comfort. Discomfort is also a tool for growth. And sometimes it's helpful to learn strength and adversity within. or I should say strength in adversity. But yeah, you get the point. Uses familiar peace. Okay, back to it. Back to it. Food for the soul. 6. Considered in its positive aspect as an organ of speech, we're talking about the mouth, objective communication, it is obvious that the personality, remember that's the lower self, also serves this purpose. There is, however, the deeper significance. Oh, wow. Your incarnated self is a high priest of your soul. You ever read like the Cthulhu mythos or any of these books about H.P. Lovecraft's entities and how there's always like a high priest of one of those ancient gods that are trying to resurrect those gods? There's like a cult of Cthulhu worshiping him, trying to rise him from the ocean. That's a literal metaphor for your incarnation becoming a representative of your personal God, of your soul. You got to see yourself as the high priest of your soul. You're not the soul, but you are definitely the messenger. Y'all remember that man named Jesus? Or I should say that guy crowned as Christ. JJ Kazi says, all right, thank you guys. I'm starting to understand how to frame this. See, this is why this community is the best spiritual community on the internet. And I challenge you to find me another one. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Ashley B, peace, peace. Ashley says, that is profound. Never thought of it that way. Yeah, that just came to me. I love it. HP Lovecraft is my top. You blow my mind, Trav. Rosa Flame says that's live gnosis. Hell yeah. Benjamin 37, peace. But is it egotistical? That depends on you, right? What is that belief useful and appropriate, right? What does that belief do to you? That's on you. Astro Ron, peace. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Peace and greetings. Peace, my friend. Benjamin says, I know it isn't, but people would take it that way. Man, people take everything wrong. Fuck them. My arms can only reach back so far. Speaking of the 27th path, peace and greetings, Framestar. Peace and greetings. Zero says, this is of the best unicorn order. This is the best community and content on the whole internet. I agree with you. I agree with you. Cobia Killer 757 says, hail the purple. All right. I see what type of time you're on. I see what type of time you're on. The purple. All right, let's get through this thing. We got some things to learn. So we're talking about the mouth, the object of communication, an organ of speech, right? It is obvious that the personality also serves this purpose. The mouth of God. You. There is, however, the deeper significance of the symbol in that the mouth is that which acts as a vehicle for the word. The word, in its metaphysical sense, stands for the first manifestation of spirit itself. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. In the case of the 27th path, the Word has reverberated down to the astral mental levels of being, and formed a vehicle for itself. the personality. It is through this personality that the word is uttered in the densest level of existence, Malkuth, the physical world. Rosa Flame says mantra, fam, right? Doesn't the Vedic information also tell us that in the beginning was the word? Om. When was the last time you resonated some ohms? Don't get caught slipping. 7. The shape pe suggests a mouth, and the yod-like shape inside may be considered as the tongue. Ah, which formula which formulates the word in action, or else as the word itself. The shell of the mouth is represented by a shape like the letter Kaf, which also appeared on the 32nd path as the scarf enwrapping the figure of the soul or spirit on the tarot trump, the universe. The higher meanings of the letter Kaf are a part of the 21st path, which joins Chesed to Netzach, that channel between individuality and personality, where the purity of the spirit first in form imprints its image on the as yet formless levels of the lower self. Kaf. Eight. The idea of a vehicle for the spirit is also given in the tarot trump, in this case in the form of a building called the House of God, a fitting name for what the personality should be. Didn't the Bible talk about how your body's a temple? Its esoteric title is Lord of the Hosts of the Mighty, implying a conjunction of the forces of Netzach and Hod, whose god names are Jehovah Zabaoth and Elohim Sabaoth, Lord of Hosts and God of Hosts, respectively. 9. At first sight, the design of the tarot trump calls to mind the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, by which men attempted to build an edifice reaching the heavens and resulting in the confusion of tongues after the failure of this project is confirmed by the letter Pe, attributed to this path, the mouth. Ooh, right? So remember in the Bible where it talks about the Tower of Babel, where all these people got together speaking one language to build this temple that was going to reach all the way up to God himself? Take a good look at the card. Look at how the sky is black. Notice the lightning flash striking the top, knocking the crown off. Look at the drops of Yod falling. Look at the person with the crown, the other person dressed in his fancy robes. They're both wearing blue, but one's wearing a red cape. Look at how high up this tower is. You don't even see the ground. It's amongst the clouds. What could these symbols mean? You know that's a long fall, too. And what's so beautiful about the archetypes is that they echo through time. Most of us present in this live stream have actually seen this happen literally in real life, didn't we? About 24 years ago. We literally saw this happen. Archetype playing out right in our face. Not the first time, not the last time. And some people who don't think esoterically will say, oh, the government planned it based on tarot cards. But that's not a deep enough perspective. When we deal with archetypes, what we're actually dealing with are vibrations. We're dealing with vibrations that echo throughout eternity. And those vibrations will manifest in every medium possible, in whichever way is useful and appropriate. So no matter what medium life finds itself, the archetypes will echo within the medium, right? So like on a mundane perspective, we could say all video games that are created, you know what I'm saying, that have a humanoid type of main character, they're going to do humanoid type things. They're going to walk and run. They might eat food or restore their health and energy. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain behaviors and characteristics that are going to echo no matter what medium life finds itself in. And that's another reason why it's so important to understand Kabbalah, because it's a collection of symbols and archetypes that echo throughout our realities, whether it's globally, nationally, or in your personal life, in your family, in your relationships. And that's why tarot is so effective, because when we read these cards and do a spread and we see symbols like this, right? You might not have built a skyscraper, or you might not be living in a skyscraper, but there may be some structure in your life that is facing a potential, what's the word? I guess we could say collapse. Where are we at? Yes. At first sight, the design of the tarot trump calls to mind the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, by which men attempted to build an edifice reaching the heavens. And the resulting confusion of tongues after the failure of this project is confirmed by the letter Pe, attributing to this path the mouth. What are you constructing in your life, in your mind, in your world? What types of constructs have you built with an attempt to reach the heavens? 10. The Bible states that the Tower of Babel was struck down by a wrathful Jehovah who would not tolerate men achieving such great heights. However, the wrathful Jehovah is a minor tribal deity, and there is an obvious distortion of motives here. It is man's ultimate destiny to become a god. And so the solar logos would obviously not thwart the achievement of this aspiration. 11. It is probably quite true that Babel fell and tongues were confused because of man's pride. But in the sense that the pride of man, the sin of separation, caused men to build wrongly or prematurely, and thus by operation of cosmic law to bring confusion and defeat upon themselves. So look, it's not the building itself that was evil. It's not the building itself that made God angry and caused God to smite it. It's deeper than that. Nothing in itself has an inherent meaning. It's how we structure these things and the meaning we give to it. Chris Castro says, may all sentient beings never lack what they need. I agree with you. Amen. Amen. It is indeed typical of man to put the cause of the failure upon the jealous pride of God. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. A priesthood of whatever religion, once it has attained earthly power, is very prone to find divine reasons to keep men humble and preserve the status quo. But there is pride and pride. And man gains little by that false humility, really spiritual laziness or even cowardice. So you got to check yourself always, right? Those of us who consider ourselves spiritual and we practice and all this other good stuff, we have to constantly check ourselves for spiritual laziness and cowardice. If you've got yourself a favorite spiritual guru, a spiritual teacher who teaches you spiritual things, ask them the last time they meditated. Bump that. Ask yourself, when was the last time you meditated? When was the last time you sat down in communion with the spirit that you're attempting to connect with, right? You always have to check yourself for spiritual laziness or even cowardice. You might as well set up appointments for yourself every couple months to make sure that you haven't gotten spiritually lazy or become a spiritual coward. How do you become a spiritual coward? Attachment and letting the things in your life dictate your decisions, right? Right? You might be a spiritual person and have all this stuff set up. You got your image going, right? Can't let the hoes make, think that you're slipping. Can't let your tribe and your flock to think that you're slipping. And you let that control you and rule you, or whatever position you might find yourself in. You always got to check yourself. Moe G says, damn, Trav got me feeling guilty. Nah, don't feel guilty. Just make sure you do what you're supposed to do. Mastermind says, YouTube Illuminati still trying to give Trav a lisp. Yeah, man. It is this app. It is this specific app that I'm using to live stream. For some reason, it gives me a lisp. Maybe it's the music coming through the mic and it's like cutting off my S's. I don't know. I don't know why. This is the Kabbalistic tree of life. So, yeah. All right, back to it. But there is pride, and man gains little by that false humility. Really, it's spiritual laziness or even cowardice. That is content to leave everything to the priesthood, or to Jesus, or to God. Christ's parable of the talents has relevance here. The man who buried his talent received short shrift. You guys know about that story, right? How the good man gave three people different amounts of money. One person went out, he invested. Another person went out and, he doubled up on his money. And the third dude buried his money in the ground. Then when they all came back, the dude was like, here's my result. The second dude was like, here's my result. The third dude was like, oh, I buried it to make sure to keep it safe. And that guy got a get thee away from me, you lazy SOB. Don't be like that, right? You've been given a gift, you've been given an investment, a spiritual investment, haven't you? What are you doing with that spiritual investment? Are you making it grow? Or are you burying it somewhere out of fear to keep it safe? 12. The story of Babel in connection with this path and tarot trump, then, is a reminder to build one's foundations true on the rock of faith, to quote another parable, and true faith at that. Certainly not the prideful faith of the Pharisee, which sets one up supposedly as better than other men. The modern occult movement has tended to go very much in this direction, but such an attitude is again the sin of separation and an illusion. For all paths to God are ways of synthesis, as ways to the one must be. 13. There is another meaning to this trump, which is revealed by close examination of the traditional design. It will be noted that the tower is not struck down. Let's take a look at that real quick. So check that out. The tower is actually not struck down. Okay. Fancy that. Look at that W. I just noticed that. Interesting. What do you guys think that W is about? Also, if you didn't know, you can see Pamela Coleman Smith's signature in like all these cards. But it's always so subtle. Like you don't notice it until you look for it. So yeah, what do you think that this W is all about? Hmm. I wonder what that W is all about. Peace, Allah. Zero says that W reminds me of the Mason symbol. Absolutely. And I want you to think, what was that symbol before the Masons took it? Where else did you see a symbol like that? Somebody mentioned Shiva earlier. Where else do you see the up triangle and down triangle combined? You see it in a lot of places. I wonder. Stuffed dog, peace and greetings. Good to see you, my brother. "13. There is another meaning to this trump which is revealed by close examination of the traditional design. It will be noted that the tower is not struck down. On the contrary, the bodywork of the tower is unscathed, and the crown-like roof merely lifts up to receive the bolt of fire or lightning. The falling pieces are not bricks or stones, but radiations from the sky. And it may be interesting to numerologists that their number in the Old Marseille Tarot is 37. The mystic number, the unity itself in balanced trinitarian manifestation, according to Crowley, which multiplied by any multiple of 3 gives us the numbers 111, 111, 222, 333, 444, etc. What if you seeing these recurring numbers on the clock actually did mean something? Something more than the angels are watching you. What if it actually did mean something? Interesting. Similarly, the number of courses of bricks in the tower is 22. The number of the Hebrew letters and paths upon the tree. Ah. The top of the tower is a crown, symbol of, you guessed it, Kether, with 4 battlements, aligning with the 4 aspects of God. And there are 3 windows, one above 2, showing the means of manifestation of force, and again emphasizing trinitarian manifestation. So boom, we've got that crown. See those 3 windows, 1 becoming 2. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. You see it? You see it? Matthew Watson, peace and greetings. Hey man, we gotta jump on Fortnite sometimes. I'll be seeing you on there. Usually you're playing something else. I forgot what that game is. I think you're playing Overwatch. Is that what it is? Although I wouldn't really recommend this season. I'm not doing too good this season. The damn TIE fighters and X-Wings and Star Destroyers. Those Star Wars weapons are, oh my God, a pain in the ass. I'm ready for this Star Wars season to be over with. You hear me? And did you see they just released the Black Air Forces? So now I can run around kicking ass in Black Air Forces. I knew that was coming. But yeah, man, we gotta hop on sometime. I'll invite you if I ever catch you on. 14. All right, so check it out. All right, we got these two. We got the one, the crown, the one, the two, right? We got these folks down here. Let's see what it says about that. Let's see what it says about that. The two figures falling from the tower, though their sex is not plain on the old cards, are generally considered to be a man and a woman. All these considerations call to mind the alchemical symbolism given in that greatly underrated mystical treatise in the guise of a romance, The Chemical Marriage of Christian Rosencreutz, first published in English in 1690, and apparently not at all since then, apart from an abridged version in A.E. Waite's Real History of the Rosicrucians, Redway, London, 1887. 15. The story tells of the summoning of Christian Rosencreutz to go on a quest on Easter Day, which lasts for 7 days. His adventures are a summary of the initiation process. The first day, he is summoned to a strange marriage of a king and a queen. The second day, he sets out and chooses one of three ways. The hard, stony way of initiation is the one he chooses, almost inadvertently, from the broad, easy way of normal evolution and the fantastically difficult way, endurable only to 1 in 1,000, presumably saintship. The third day, he is tested along with his other pilgrims by being weighed in a balance when all the unworthy are chastised and sent away. The fourth day, he is presented to the king and queen and is initiated into the secret knowledge of a strange temple and shown a play in 7 acts depicting symbolically the history of the relationship between God, his son the Christ, and earth the bride. After this, the king and queen submit themselves to be mysteriously beheaded. The fifth day, he steals a glimpse of the naked Venus, Isis unveiled, which act subsequently causes him to be sent back to the world. Dang, all for a glimpse. No doubt, as a teacher, instead of remaining in bliss in the eternal company of the mysterious order and the resurrected king and queen. There is a mock burial of the king and queen, their real bodies having been secretly sent to a strange tower in the night, followed by them all journeying to the tower. The sixth day, they all take part in the alchemical process of transmuting the dead bodies of the king and queen into new life in the strange tower of 7 stories. On the seventh and last day, they return with the resurrected king and queen to the original castle and are invested with the knighthood of the Order of the Golden Stone. And in view of his having seen Isis unveiled, Christian Rosencreutz is returned to the outer world. 16. The sevenfold alchemical process in the tower is of great interest, for this tower may be aligned with the tower of the tarot trump. In the ground floor of the tarot of the tower, they are set to work extracting essences from plants and gems to be used in the subsequent regenerating process. On the second level, the bodies are distilled in a retort, and the liquor obtained run off into a golden globe. On the third level, the globe is heated by means of sunlight reflected in many mirrors. And when the globe is finally cut open by means of a diamond, a large white egg is revealed. On the fourth level, the egg is incubated in a square sand bath, and a bird hatched out, which is at first black and wild. Why it's gotta be black and wild? Why can't it be black and mild? At first black and wild, but which, on being fed on some of the liquor distilled from the bodies, becomes tame, its feathers turning to white. On the fifth level, the bird is put in a water bath of a milk like liquid, and all its feathers are boiled off, revealing the bird naked and shining. Sounds familiar. Which process turns the bath blue. The bath itself is heated strongly and ground to a blue powder, which is used to paint the bird, all but its head. On the sixth level, the bird is placed on a strange altar which was in the temple on the fourth day of the adventure, and there pecks and drinks the blood of the white serpent in a skull. You guys ever seen the movie called The Holy Mountain? All this is reminding me of the Holy Mountain. I gotta watch that movie again. The serpent is revived, and the bird then becomes a willing sacrifice, suffering its head to be chopped off. There is no blood until the breast of the bird is opened, which blood is then caught in a receptacle. The body is then burned and the ashes saved. On the seventh level, only certain of the pilgrims are allowed, the others being told that the sixth level is the highest and being put to making gold from some of the bird's ashes. The four who are allowed on the seventh level are put to mixing the ashes with water and molding a little man and woman, which are then heated and become of a most beauteous aspect. A most beauteous aspect. These beautiful homunculi are then fed with the blood of the bird, which, after all, was made from the original bodies, and grow to life size. Then trumpets are placed in the mouths, and fire enters through a hole in the roof, ensouling them, the now regenerated and resurrected king and queen. Io Primo. 17. The whole process is a resume of higher initiation. The king and queen before regeneration may be considered to be the two aspects of the personality represented by Netzach and Hod. And the initial engagement to marry is well placed on the 27th path, for this path directly unites these two Sephiroth. The aim is, however, a higher synthesis, so the personality is sacrificed, that is, its interests are no longer paramount, and its forces are turned in upon itself in a kind of distillation, representing the early initiatory process, which results in an egg, the germ of contact with the individuality. This egg is hatched out, that is, the individuality takes over. At first, crudely, it was black and wild, remember? At first, crudely and in an unbalanced way, but eventually in harmonious control of its lower vehicles. This is symbolized by the bird being at first wild and black, and then tame and white. Its Kabbalistic analog is in the Tiphareth stages of the child, the first stumbling efforts of the individuality to gain control, and the king, the individuality in full control. The bird has its feathers boiled off and is painted with the blue tincture obtained from the liquid and the bath. So far, are you able to gather anything as far as the energy of this path? Even if it's vague, even if it's abstract, are you beginning to kind of see what energies this path represents? Zero says, man, this is so accurate as the Negrito Rubito process. Okay. All right, Mr. Paulo Coelho, Mr. Alchemist. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I think I saw baby Jesus. Rosa Flame says, rebirth. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, active intelligence is what I'm getting. Excellent, excellent. Because remember, this is why I love studying NLP and neurosemantics along with the occult. We don't learn anything from these words, right? I'm just reading words, and that's fine. We learn when we symbolize the concepts. That's what sticks. No one's able to recall what was said. Even the conversations you had today with different people, you don't know what was said, but you remember what you visualized or what emotions were touched. This is how the mind works. We remember feelings, and we remember the energy behind the experience. So as we're reading this, even if you're listening passively, doing your workout, driving, cleaning up the kitchen, whatever you're doing, clapping cheeks, try to visualize the concept behind this content. Stuffed Dog says sacrifice. All right, all right. And this is how you understand the paths, right? Most people just talk about the Sephiroth with limited understanding, but I don't hear anybody talking about the paths. In fact, if you do know a YouTuber or a content creator that teaches about the paths of Kabbalah, let me know because I'm interested in seeing what other people have to say. Elah says, when you know thyself, you will be you, not what you think you are or what you want to be. You will be you. All falsehoods die unless you feed them. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the principle behind my concept of spiritual authority. That's the principle behind my concept of mental sobriety and these elemental forces. You don't know who you are until you are sober from these elemental forces. For real. You have who you think you are and you have who you want to be, but all of that is dictated by desire and built up elemental forces. It isn't until you remove yourself from these influences and sit quietly and observe the observer, that's when you start to see who you actually are. Nobody really has met themselves. All the people that you come into contact with, 99% of them don't know, have never met themselves. Benjamin says Hod is represented as the man and woman, and it makes sense that the man and woman fall from the tower. Oh, yeah, yeah. Hod is the androgynous figure. Absolutely. Whereas Netzach is the beautiful naked woman, and Yesod is the strong naked man. Hod represents the androgynous. And here's the thing about androgyny, and I have never heard anybody say this because nobody walked that path that I've heard of besides me. It's not about masculine trying to be feminine or feminine trying to be masculine. That's looking at it from the lowest level possible. You want to know what androgyny really is in the occult sense and the spiritual sense? Androgyny is operating above the influence of the sexes, right? Above the influence of testosterone and above the influence of estrogen. And you don't know what that's like until you know the influence of testosterone on your decision making process, until you know the influence of estrogen on your decision making process. Because what we do is we wrap ourselves in what we think we are based around these habits. Do you realize how many of your choices you make are dictated by your hormones? It isn't until you're able to operate above and beyond that hormonal influence of the base operating system of the human body, you can't talk about divine masculine and feminine. Can't talk about the soul and the spirit. I hear people say, "Oh, God is a woman. God is," no, 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 no. We're going above and beyond that. We're not in the animal realm when we're talking about spirit, God, the soul. We're not in the animal realm anymore when we're talking about these high things. So spiritual androgyny, occult andro. The secret of this whole thing is learning to build a state of decision making that operates above and beyond the hormones. And you won't hear that nowhere else because ain't nobody else figure that shit out. I figured that shit out. Wait a minute now. Uh oh, what's popping tonight? Underlay, underlay, mama, yeah. Uh oh. Hit the head right. Nelly there every night. See, Nelly wouldn't be there every night if he wasn't operating in his spiritual. Hit the head right. Nelly there every night. He wouldn't be a sucker for cornrows and manicured toes if he was operating in spiritual androgyny. How much of your decision making process is influenced by your hormones? Are you willing to accept it? Are you willing to even accept that shit? It's one level to even come into the awareness of that, but it's a whole another level to realize and decide that you want to behave differently. A man, a male does not want to operate outside of testosterone influenced decision making because it's so deeply interwoven with our culture and how we live. But you have to see humanity as it is. We are animals and we are deeply ingrained with this tendency to seek after sex. Until you're able to transcend that, you will always be influenced by these elemental spirits. Stuffed Off says, "This is the final form. Great work, Trav. You giving all the secrets. You better watch." Hey man, look, if I'm learning this stuff, then fuck it. Bring it on. I ain't going by myself, I tell you that. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. I'm gonna take Nelly ain't all out. It's a little bit of vocal tank top on at this point. Vocal, mouth, pay, the mantra, the word. Uh oh. Planet Z says, "How much of my decision making process is influenced by my hormones?" You would be astounded when you see. Let an attractive person of your choosing come up and offer you something, and we'll see how you act. What's the priorities? But anyways, let's stick to this 27th path for now. Zero says, "I reach at some moments that level of total equanimity and zero interest in sex or gender stuffs. You feel so much authentic, and the awareness of the observer is being strengthened. It's crazy." Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. We've sexualized, our culture has sexualized the feminine to the point of reducing the feminine to an object of pleasure. And I say that because that is a huge part of our culture, huge part of our culture, a huge part of the way that people think, both masculine and feminine. But what if human beings are human beings? What if you could see people beyond the sex aspect? What if you could see people, You can't see people if you're locked up in this mimetic mind control. Uh-oh, there she is. Enchanted Cottage 333. Peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Look, we gonna rebound. I'm gonna say it right back. Listen, listen. When I want to get some tarot insight, right? Because we talking about these tarot cards. We talking about these tarot cards, talking about Kabbalah. When I personally want to get some tarot insight, tarot reading, I go first and right away to Enchanted Cottage 333. My favorite tarot reader on all of YouTube. She ain't never gave a tarot reading that did not hit close to home. So listen, if you haven't already subscribed to Enchanted Cottage 333, click on her profile. I promise you won't be let down. I promise you won't be let down. Love you, Auntie Karen. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. And I mean that. I mean that. This is not paid advertising. I don't get nothing out of it but sharing great knowledge of great people. Check out Enchanted Cottage 333. My favorite tarot reader on all of YouTube in the world. Peace, peace to you. And your little dog, too. Boom. Yeah, your tarot readings are awesome. See? See? But yeah, for sure, for sure. And once again, everybody, I got to remind you because I don't want you to miss what I have for you. At the top of this chat, I have a link pinned. I'm holding a workshop this Saturday. I was going to do it tonight, but I decided to wait one more week. I'm holding a workshop. It's all about spiritual authority. It's all about how to raise yourself to that level of consciousness so that you can see all of these elemental forces that are blocking you, holding you back, keeping you trapped in cycles, rhythms, and patterns that will not allow you to ascend to the next level, right? There's nothing wrong with you. It's these patterns and these elemental forces that you have set up. And once you change them, you change yourself. So this is going to be a super deep live stream. It's going to be a live ritual. I've got some hypnotic NLP trances that we're going to go through. I got worksheets for you, homework for later. And it's fun stuff. It's not like, oh, this is too hard. I take my time to break this stuff down so everybody can understand it. So look, Saturday, I'm holding a workshop. Click the link that's pinned at the top of this chat. You can submit your email address, and then I'll keep you updated on what's going on. Stuff Talk says, I'm married, and being that I am, I have another person's reality to consider. But I try and achieve some control over that part of myself by turning down my wife for sex when I know it's just for me. When I know she's only doing it because of duty and not because she wants to. Man, and see, that is a higher perspective, dude. Like somebody that's real caught up in their emotions, caught up in their hormones, they would never think to do such a thing. So yeah, that's definitely a sign of inner refinement, bro. Inner refinement. Louis, peace, peace. Welcome. All right, so yeah, I was asking everybody what you thought this path was about so far. Let's keep going and see if this resonates. 17. The whole process is a resume of higher initiation. The king and queen that before regeneration may be considered to be the two aspects of the personality represented by Netzach and Hod, and the initial engagement to marry is well placed on the 27th path. For this path directly unites these two Sephiroth. The aim is, however, a higher synthesis. So the personality is sacrificed. That is, its interests are no longer paramount, and its forces are turned in upon itself in a kind of distillation, representing the early initiatory processes which results in an egg, the germ of contact with the individuality. This egg is hatched out, that is, the individuality takes over, at first crudely and in an unbalanced way, but eventually in harmonious control of its lower vehicles. This is symbolized by the bird being at first wild and black, and then tame and white. Its Kabbalistic analog is in the Tiphareth stages of the child, the first stumbling efforts of the individuality to gain control, and the king, the individuality in full control. The bird has its feathers boiled off and is painted with the blue tincture obtained from the liquid and the bath. This may be said to represent the processes of the soul on the 22nd and 19th paths. We haven't got there yet. Tiphareth Gibra Chesed, where all past karma is worked out and the individuality slash personality, higher self and lower self, realizes, what's it realize? It realizes itself for what it is. All its outer vehicles accounted for, and all evolutionary experience distilled to make the general color of the spirit in form. In this archetypal example, it is blue, the color of chesed and aspiration. There then comes the high doth initiation. Oh, yeah. Which is part of the Kabbalistic sacrificed God formula of Tiphareth. The pecking of the serpent in the skull is a breakthrough to the supernal worlds, after which the spirit ceases existence voluntarily as a separate being in form. The results of this very high doth contact are all that most can attain, and it is indeed an achievement, symbolized by the ability to make gold. But this is a material achievement. That is to say, the worlds of form are not completely transcended. The highest initiation is that of the supernals, where new vehicles of a spiritual nature are made and ensouled with the divine fire from the unmanifest. That is, a contact is made with the cosmic atom of the self, which originally projected the divine spark into manifestation. Check out the Cosmic Doctrine. Who remembers that book? Rainwater, peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Mastermind says, Travis, are you charging for the workshop? Also, the join the waitlist button ain't working for me. All right, son of a gun. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. I swear, man, this website here. But yeah, I'll fix that and update it. Hmm. But yes, I will be charging for the workshop. It will not be as much as a course that I normally charge for. Absolutely not. But yes, I will be charging for the workshop. Louis says, Doth initiation. I gotta experience that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It took me a month to really go through that, and hell, another month to recover from that. For the first time in all my working, that Doth initiation is something serious. And the unfortunate, she meant what she said. You go through an experience like that and you do not come back the same because you just see everything completely differently. You see yourself, or as speaking for me at least, I saw all the components that attributed to every habit and every piece of behavior. Like you can't fit in the same clothes anymore because you're a different shape now. 18. In passing, it is interesting to note that the divine fire was directed into the new bodies through the mouth, the signification of the Hebrew letter Pe. Okay, so 9 Volta says, what am I missing? How can Pe, the mouth, and the tower represent the path between Hod and Netzach? It's not clicking for me. All right. Well, yeah. We're almost done, so it's actually wrapping up now. But that right there is a part of what's talked about with the mouth. And he also mentioned a little bit earlier on about the mouthpiece of the soul, basically the communication aspect. The mouth is not just for eating and nutrition, but also communication. And your lower self is an incarnation for the soul. It can be seen as the mouth of the soul. We're eating and feasting upon the experience of the material world, and that is as nourishment for the soul. In truth, it's processing the karma for the soul, the same way that you eat food to process that food in your body. Really, you got to see yourself as this multi-dimensional being, and your physical body is a part of that being. The physical body is really like the fingers. It's like the fingers, or I think of it as tentacles. Honestly, when I see this cosmic self, it's more like a squid octopus thing. So your lower self, your physical body, and your ego, it's one tentacle of many that are attached to your soul, which is a lot like the body of this cosmic entity. And then, of course, the brain, the mind, the spark of that entity is the spirit itself. Also, the mouth is what communicates. And we've got the whole vibration aspect, the mantra aspect. In the beginning was the word, in the beginning was Om. And that is something that is processed through the mouth in the lower planes. But let's see what else he has to say about it. Benjamin says, would salvia or DMT take you to Doth? Salvia experiences are very interesting. I can't speak on that because I've never taken those two. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I'm here overthinking. Trav doesn't have no days off. Got to take my rest days more seriously. Man, I have my off days forced on me, so to speak. I have to learn how to slow down. But yeah, I most certainly take my rest seriously. Mastermind says, what I get from it? Netzach, the wild forces of nature, entering Hod, the forms of mind, the word. Okay, okay. Nine Volta says, makes more sense. Thanks. Awesome, awesome. Rolls of Flame says, Benjamin 37, psychedelics can certainly give a doth experience. Problem is, most people don't know how to handle it. Right, right. And remember, when we talk about a doth experience, it isn't so much as like a trip, like a mushroom trip. It is a transition of frame, a transition of perspective. It's, to me, what I see it, or what I saw it as, it's like you're literally being pulled out of the matrix, and the back of your head is grabbed and pushed down and says, look at this matrix. You're forced to see it from the outside. So you see all the pieces and parts of what's happening. That's how I can, you become an eye above the matrix itself, and you're looking at it. You're seeing it. Not as a part of it, but it's almost like you no longer exist. You no longer exist, and you're looking at the world. Like if I were to take a flattened piece of dough, and I were to take a cookie cutter and cut a gingerbread man shape, right? And I say that I'm the gingerbread man. Well, I take that gingerbread man out. Now there's an empty space. And now the gingerbread man is floating above the dough, and it says, look, you thought you were a gingerbread man, but really, you're just a piece of this flat dough. Look at your silhouette. Look at everything that is around your silhouette that has been compiled to create you. So you see it from an outside perspective. You can't go back to just being a gingerbread man now. I mean, you go back to being a gingerbread now, but now you've got a different context, a different perspective. You're no longer a victim of circumstance. you see. You also see that nothing really means anything at all. You give things meaning. I said, John, how did that feel to you? He said, James, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog. Yeah. So I put myself in hypnotic trance, um, Manchurian candidate style. Shout out to the Ellipsis Manual, also known as the Gray Book, dangerous text that teaches you things that most people probably shouldn't know. I use that on myself to brainwash myself into this trance over a period of time. I wouldn't recommend doing what I did, not in the way that I did it at least, because you kind of have to know what you're doing. But anyways, yeah, that's a good way that I describe the Doth experience. Hmm. Well, maybe. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So again, 18. In passing, it is interesting to note that the divine fire was directed into the new bodies through the mouth, the signification of the Hebrew letter Pei. 19. In this process, we have a completely new line of interpretation for the apparently downthroned king and queen on the tarot trump and for the fire of heaven entering through the crown like roof. The implications lead us right into the unmanifest beyond Kether. But the beginnings of the process are in the personality, and the engagement is in the intention to unify the opposite poles of the self to the very highest level. 20. On a lower level of interpretation, the descending fire may be considered to come down the 25th path. Wherever paths cross is an important point upon the path on the tree of life. By the way, we're going to get to the 25th path right after this. Thus applied to the etheric vehicle of man, the junction of the 27th and 25th paths may be aligned with the spleen center, the center which takes the force from the environment. So if you look at the tree of life, you'll see that the path we're reading about, 27, goes across from Hod to Netzach. The next path, 25, goes down from Tiphareth to Yesod. So we're looking at a cross here. So, thus applied to the etheric vehicle of man, we're talking about your etheric body, your energetic body. The junction of the 27th and 25th paths may be aligned with the spleen center, the center which does what? Takes in force from the environment. Thus, the tower, the house of God, this one, in this instance, symbolizes the body, right? So 9 volta, this is where the tower card comes in. It symbolizes the body and the fire of heaven, the inflow of pranic force. So this is the prana coming down into the body. In line with this attribution is one of the titles of the tarot trump of the 25th path, the next one we're going to read about, the bringer forth of life, and also daughter of the reconcilers. Oh, isn't she cute? Or they, them, whatever. 21. The treading of this path then may be rough going, unless the personality is well balanced and open to the descending fire. Right? So now you see the personality, the lower self. How attached are you to this ego? How attached are you to this image you have of who you are in the world, who you think you are? How rigid is that concept? So, verse 21, the treading of this path then may be rough going, unless the personality is well balanced and open to the descending fire. It is a path of the simultaneous use of vertical and horizontal polarity in the vehicles of the personality. It is also online of the lightning flash, and the higher pole, or source of power, is Netzach, which power is received into the form consciousness of Hod. If the personality has built itself too rigid, a form of the downcoming fire from Tiphareth may prove very disrupting because it has to blast through the rigid blockages. So think about this: whenever you see this card pulled in a tarot spread, and you've got things falling apart in your life, it's not an attack. You're not being cursed. It's not bad luck. Because you think about it, when things in your life are falling apart, what's really being hurt? Your pride's being hurt. Your ego image is being hurt. Like, say for example, say you have a money issue suddenly, and you find yourself broke, right? Negative bank account and all that. That's a hurt. That's a hurt to the pride, to the ego, right? Especially if you want people to think that you're doing well for yourself and you're balling out of control, right? You don't bought yourself some Gucci bags and some North Face, right? Or whatever y'all wearing, taking all these pictures on Instagram and Facebook, looking cool, TikTok, and then you come into some money issues, that hurts the pride, right? And you think everything's falling apart. Oh no, oh my God, this is horrible. But what if? What if you've built something for yourself that is unstable, that isn't really useful and appropriate, right? So let's see what else it says here about that. If the personality has built itself too rigid a form, the downcoming fire from Tiphareth, and remember about Tiphareth now. Tiphareth is that central fulcrum of your soul, of your higher self. So if that downcoming fire from Tiphareth may prove very disrupting because it has to blast through the rigid blockages, if it can get through at all. On the other hand, too much Netzach in the buildup of the personality may cause the tower to be unstable, the mortar binding its bricks having too little binding force. Thus, diffusion of consciousness would probably result. So, an example of that scenario is, you know, you tap into this soul aspect of yourself, but you don't have much grounding. You don't have much a stable structure and understanding. Now you think you're Christ on earth. Now you think that you've come here to save the people, right? Too much Tiphareth without a stable ego, a stable personality. You think God sent you directly to go out and save people and heal people and teach people the truth, right? And you've probably gone through this already. And if not, then you see people who behave like this. So, verse 22, it will be obvious then that the first essential of the occult work is a balanced personality. For without that, the interior castle, to use St. Teresa's term, I thought of the soul as resembling a castle formed of a single diamond or a very transparent crystal. Hey, Zero, remember what I told you about my temple? She says, I thought of the soul as resembling a castle formed of a single diamond or a very transparent crystal and containing many rooms, just as in heaven there are many mansions. Right? So it will be obvious that then that the first essential of a cult of work is a balanced personality. For without that, the interior castle will be built on insecure foundations. Boom, boom. Enchanted Cottage says, I always thought of the tower as divine intervention, removing what is built on false beliefs. I love how it's divine intervention, right? Because it always seems so painful if we're coming from the ego perspective. Stuff Dog says, man, I had to check the shit out of myself when I was in tip. Yep. Don't nobody want to be saved. Facts, facts. That's what I was saying about the testosterone thing, right? Even if you did realize how much of an influence your hormones had over your decision making process, that's not enough because most people wouldn't want to behave differently. Why would you desire to operate outside of your hormones when it's the hormones that lead you to all the things you thought you wanted in life? Nobody wants to be saved. That's what it means for this to be a solo journey, an independent journey, not a group journey. Because you have to come to a certain level within yourself when you're ready to accept change. AZW, peace and greetings, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Society ejects. It's been a minute, brother. Been a minute. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, verse 21 sums it all up for me. Shit, yeah, let's read it a third time. It will be obvious then that the first essential of occult work is a balanced personality. So that's, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what this is all about. That balanced personality. Because notice this, the tower isn't falling down. The top of it has been popped. And then people were so terrified and traumatized that they jumped out the window. Tower of Babel. It's not that the tower itself was wrong. It's the ego behind the building of that tower was unstable, built on some soft foundation. Don't nobody want to go to jail in Mexico. Put all kind of burritos. What movie's that from? Ilah says, what removes false belief? Awareness of truth. Awareness of what is light and what is dark. Your Nation Under God says TRT is the tower card. All right, so as we wrap up this particular chapter, let's look at some of the notes on the design of Tarot 16. Zero says tacos and burritos are insane here. Yeah, I think it was Martin from Bad Boys 2, I want to say. Don't nobody want to go to jail in Mexico. They put all kind of burritos in your ass. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? All right. Notes on the design of Trump 16. This card is variously called the Fire of Heaven, the House of God, the Hospital, the Tower of Babel, the Tower, the Lightning Struck Tower, etc. The Marseilles card shows the top of the tower being struck off through the tower itself, though the tower itself remains intact. Two figures are falling to the ground. Two figures are falling to the ground, and there are many small circles falling also. The top of the tower is like a crown with four castellations, and the tower has three windows, one over two. Worth shows one of the figures crowned and the actual tower being shattered. He also adds a door to the tower. Nap follows suit, and Hall's symbol is a hand grasping a bunch of thunderbolts. On Worth's card, the flash is seen coming from the sun, and Nap's shows money falling as well as masonry. Ooh, that's even closer to our 9/11. Levy likened the tower to Babel and suggested the figures might be Nimrod and his minister, possibly facetiously. He said one of the figures should be in the form of the letter An, a point agreed by Crowley. Waite places the tower on a high pinnacle and makes the top a rather fancy crown. Look at that fancy crown. He makes the falling figures an uncrowned man and a crowned woman, and his flames appearing out of the windows. It's getting hot in here. That's why I said that. He to the left, she to the right. So there's your hot Netzach, huh? He to the left, she to the right. On the man's side are 12 yods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. On the woman's side, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 and 12 make 22. What's 22 significant? What makes 22 significant about this whole thing? Anybody know? I am getting so hot. I'm gonna take my clothes off. Belly hang all out. Vocal tank top on at this point. What's significant about 22? Somebody know? I know somebody up in here paying attention. It's gotta be. It's got to be y'all. Hell, I don't even remember the name of it now. Steve Harvey Morning Show. I ain't gonna forget it now. There we go. 22 paths. Thank you, Monica Lawan. I know if anybody was gonna get it, it'd be you. It's got to be y'all. Ilah says 22 Hebrew letters. That too. 22 paths. Zero says the number of bricks in the tower. Boom. So we got it. Let's continue. The Yod's in tarot symbolism was a favorite Golden Dawn device. Case follows Waite closely, though he restores the crown to its original simplicity and shows the lightning flash coming from the sun, and also closely resembling the form of the Kabbalistic lightning flash. He also gives 22 courses of masonry, emblematic of the 22 Hebrew letters, etc. The Marseilles Tower also has 22 courses, which is remarkable for an exoteric pack. The number of falling yods is also 37, which is a number of considerable numerological significance. Crowley's card shows the tower completely shattered. He also shows a huge eye of Horus at the top and the mouth of hell at the bottom, belching flames. Near the eye are a dove bearing an olive branch and a lion-headed serpent. The following figures are geometric abstractions. The Egyptian card shows two falling figures before a pyramid, the top of which has been struck off by lightning. There is a door in the pyramid showing various god forms and figures difficult to distinguish. Now they hang all out. There's a little bit of and a little bit of oh. Good shit. Okay, so that was part two. We done went through part one and part two. We're now on part three. We're gonna read one chapter here. It's gonna be about the 25th path. What we just read about was the 27th path, and it's going across from left and right to Hada Netzach. And we're talking about the structure of self, the foundation of self. It's got to be balanced because what's going up and down is this path we're about to read about, and this is direct influence from Tiphareth, direct from the soul. So we've got that personality, and then we got the soul. I want to say structure of personality because that book's been on my mind. The structure of personality. Modeling personality using NLP and neurosemantics. Man, Thank God for modern technology, because otherwise it might be really hard to get through books like that. So we're talking about the path 27. We're talking about the structure of the personality. So now we're going to talk about the path 25 that's coming down from the soul, penetrating the personality. And the only one that penetrates the personality is the individuality. Ain't nobody bending me over. How do you marry a woman and then turn around and let a man bend you over? Ain't nobody bending me over. Oh, so you doing the bending? Is that what it is? All right. Temperance card. I'm about to take a quick break, and then we are going to jump right on into this chapter 25, or verse, path 25. Quick break. Get up, do a stretch, dance around the room ferociously, right? Rack 'em, rack bar. Allah, rack bar, Allah. All right, so yeah, give me just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Um, I'm gonna keep reminding you that I got this workshop coming on Saturday. I'm gonna share with you some amazing things that's gonna help you invoke transformation rapidly, because your boy has a depth of understanding of occult and neurosemantics. So I know what the fuck I'm doing. Apparently, the link that I've posted in the chat ain't working properly, but don't worry, I'll get that situated eventually. Just understand this workshop is coming, and you definitely want to be a part of it, because I got some techniques that we're going to do live. We're going to calibrate right there on the spot. You're going to be able to see the forces that have formed the echoes and elemental patterns that influence your decision making process. Saturday. Like I said, the link, he said the link doesn't work, but I'll fix it. It's coming Saturday. Be right back. Ain't nobody been to me. How do you marry a woman and turn around and a man bend you over? It's just some memes that don't stop being funny. How you gonna ask me a question like that?
ask me a question like that?
Hey, somebody do me a favor real quick. Somebody, if you want to be helpful, click the link now and submit your email address and let me know if it goes through. If you don't want to be on the email list, just let me know. I'll take you off. But if somebody can like help me out real quick and click on that link and put in your email address to see if it works, I would greatly appreciate it. I just want to see if it works. I just fixed it, I believe. But let me know. Like I said, if you don't want to be on it, just let me know. I'll take you right off. I just want to see if it works. I don't see nothing wrong. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Before you do that, hold on just a second. All right, I just got an email that says possible whatever. Hold on. With a little bump and grind. Okay, yeah. So now it should work. If somebody could help me out and click the link that's pinned to the chat, put in your email address, and let me know if that works. Once again, if you don't want to be a part of it, I'll take you right off. I just need somebody on the other side to help me out real quick. With a little bump and grind. Okay. All right. Chanted Cottage says, I did it. Looks like it worked fine. Okay, awesome. Thank you. See, I got to be my own tech support. So every now and then I might make a mistake or overlook something. Cool. Alvin Ross intro, peace.
All sis is going to hell. You gonna fuck me? Hello. Poison ivy.
Rack 'em. Poison ivy. I can relate, yeah. But I'm grateful that we even have the tools and the technology to have access because it wasn't long ago where you had to pay somebody thousands of dollars to, you know what I'm saying, do the stuff that I just did in 5 minutes. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says I'm on mobile and it ain't working. Mm. Yeah, see, I'm getting pop-ups now that somebody's trying it, but it says that there's an error perhaps. We've identified one error. All right. Well, yeah, I'll take care of that afterwards. Hopefully it's working, but I'll take care of that afterwards. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying. And by the way, I am going to start an email list where I'm going to, because I have all these downloads like every day, and I don't live stream every day. So it's like there's a lot of information that I think could be helpful, and I don't like share it. So I'm going to start doing an email list where I just like compile some of the stuff that I've, uncovered or put together or discovered. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Um, Let me know if you want me to try again. I mean, yeah, if you want to try again one more time, because I think it should be okay. But if you try again once more, I would definitely appreciate it. Please do. Now we're going to the 25th path, Yesod to Tiphareth. Really, really. You know, you spit when you talk. That's not me. That's the Holy Spirit. All right. So just for some context, here we've got the Tree of Life, all technical and whatnot. We just went through this path from Hod to Netzach, the tower. You can see right there it's represented by Mars. You got Pet, which we learned was a symbol representing the mouth, right? And now we're about to go through Temperance, which is the path connecting Tiphareth to Yesod. So you'll notice here that we're going to be dealing with two types of polarities, four elements, right? Water, earth, fire, air. So here we talked about the structure of personality. Now we're going to talk about the prana, the spirit coming down, right? So here we are right now, Temperance, 25th path. I see Sagittarius. So for those of you who are Sagittarius folks, this might strike a chord with you, strike a chord with you. And let's get to it. What's your name, man? Billy James Huff, better known as Funky Chicken, as Allah Rakbar. Hello! I'm showing up. What's the high now? Pimp, nasty, funky, chipimp, and stanky chicken. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says this is about to be some good stuff. Path 25. Let's get to it. Zero says, I have a question, Trav. If you walk the middle path, you go through the paths of the middle and balancing the side ones. Yes. And honestly, that's what you should be doing no matter what path you claim to walk. Ultimately, we've got avatars of Rajas, right hand path, avatars of Tamas, left hand path, and avatars of Sattva, middle path. That's a simple ass way to look at it. And ultimately, no matter what path you're on, you are balancing the two side paths, and you're going through the whole tree. You're going through all paths and all Sephiroth. It's not isolated. This is like an enclosed system. Like if we were to look at the diagram of the human body and all the veins and organs, it's like saying, "Hey, how do I know if I'm the stomach? How do I know if I'm the kidneys?" You're dealing with the entire system. It's just that is the system harmonious? Is what you're doing with your body in the world useful and appropriate to health, right? If you're eating candy bars and Snickers all day, every day, is that useful and appropriate to the stomach, to the health, to nutrition? So that's one way to look at it. It's an enclosed system, and we're dealing with all the pieces and all the parts at all times. And if you want, just like if you want to change your body or improve your body, maybe build muscle, maybe uh, regulate your sugar or whatever, then you behave accordingly. And that's what the tree, that's what knowing the different aspects of the tree and the different forces of the tree is about, regulating your system in a specific way. Elah says the letter Samekh in Paleo Hebrew looks just like the papal cross, just like the one the Hierophant is holding in the tarot. Interesting. Maybe it even looks a little bit like the Sagittarius arrow. So let's see. By the way, Enchanted Cottage says, I did it again and it seems like it's working fine. Awesome. Thank you again. Kevin Wise, peace, peace. Peace, peace. Okay, the 25th path, Yesod to Tiphareth. The key is Samekh, prop. Spiritual significance, Sagittarius, the archer. Theory, daughter of the reconcilers, bringer forth of life. Colors, blue, yellow, green, dark and vivid blue. The text, the 25th path is the intelligence of probation or temptation, and is so called because it is the primary temptation by which the Creator trieth all righteous persons. Uh-oh. The 25th path, the intelligence of probation or temptation, and is so called because it is the primary temptation by which the Creator trieth all righteous persons. See the symbolism? One foot on the land, one foot on the water. See the mixing of the cups here, this bartender. You see the upward pointing triangle on the chest, on the breast, reminds us of fire. You see the solar disk on the forehead. You see the radiance behind the head. Look at the type of wings. Look at the sun rising in the background. Look at that path leading to the sun rising in the background. Doesn't that almost invoke a sense of the moon card? Look at the wild grass and the flowers, the single rock to the right. Notice the symbology here. And let's see what we're getting into. And of course, this angel does make an appearance in Revelations of the Bible. The angel that standeth on the land and on the earth. Rose of Flame says, upright consciousness. Hmm. 1. This path leading from Yesod to Tiphareth is the direct line of contact between the individuality and the personality, the higher self and the lower self. And on it are developed the first glimmerings of mystical or higher consciousness. So notice how the imagination, right? The etheric body, your visualization capacity has a direct telephone line to the soul. Interesting, right? And maybe that's why it's so important to be mindful of what you visualize and what you entertain in your mind's eye. Hmm. Hmm. So this path leading from Yesod to Tiferet is the direct line of contact between the individuality and the personality, and on it are developed the first glimmerings of mystical or higher consciousness. Before mystical consciousness can gain a hold in the lower vehicles, however, right? Before mystical consciousness can gain a hold in the lower vehicles, these vehicles have to be quietened. You have to sit your ass down and meditate. How else will you be able to hear? And this process is symbolized by likening the process of development to a journey through a desert or wilderness. When the soul is thrown entirely upon its own resources, assisted only by faith. Anybody ever been through a situation where you had to lean on faith hard? Because if you've been through a situation like that and survived, you know about the energy of this path. When everything all around you's not working out, you ain't got nobody else to run to, when you're alone, but you have to make it work, And the only and you might have never prayed before in your life, but you praying right now. Lord, if you just get me through this, I swear I'll stop smoking black and milds. Lord, if you get me through this, I swear I'll start tithing it. I'll go to church again, right? You ever been through something where you had nothing to lean on but prayers and hope and supernatural assistance and right? Oh, I tried everything. I'm gonna try some magic now. What demon do I use? What demon do I summon? What candle do I use, right? We've been there. I have definitely been there multiple times. And if you haven't been there, I don't know how you made it to my channel. Already dead. Peace. Peace. See? A couple people going through it right now. Lord, I swear I'll leave Diddy alone. Fun fact, man, 1996, Diddy was my hero. I thought he was the coolest dude ever. I wanted to be just like Diddy back in 1996. Who knew that 30 years later, who knew? I ain't ashamed to say it, man. I was a youngin'. I saw him on the MTV Music Awards, spinning around and dancing in the rain. I'll be missing you. See, y'all don't know. That was a national worldwide hit. I'll be missing you. But them simple ass rhymes he had. Them easy to memorize lines he had. And I tell you what, that was one of the hardest tracks of all time. The intro to that No Way Out album, that victory intro, he opened up the album with a prayer. Please, Lord, forgive my enemies. Yo, the sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Better now than never. Business before pleasure. P. Diddy and the fam, who you know do it better. Them simple ass rhymes, but easy to memorize lines. My dad used to have this blue lowrider. He called it Slick Rick. He used to have this blue lowrider, fuzzy dice hanging from the mirror, pair of panties hanging from the mirror. You know what I'm saying? And we used to ride. He used to pick us up from school. We'd ride in the back of the lowrider, bumping that Diddy album because it just came out. And I remember, me and my brothers would be rapping along, word for word, and he would like abruptly cut the music off, and he's like, "I said, y'all can learn all the words to this damn song, but y'all can't learn your math and your English class. Can't learn your homework." It's like, damn, Dad, these are two different things. Can't we just rap to some Diddy? All right. So leaning on faith, leaning on the Lord. I'll read that again. Before mystical consciousness can gain a hold in the lower vehicles, however, these vehicles have to be quietened. And this process is symbolized by likening the process of development to a journey through a desert or a wilderness, when the soul is thrown entirely upon its own resources, assisted only by faith. In this way, the Yetziratic text can be seen to be relevant. For those whose courage or faith fails them, will scurry back to the apparent security of consciousness in the lower worlds. All three ways to Tiphareth, the 24th, 25th, and 26th paths, contain that experience known as the dark night of the soul. Auntie Karen? And in the symbolism of the 25th path, the soul has to advance on the desert way, leaving behind the life of the outer and lower worlds, not yet conscious of the life of the inner and higher worlds, invoking the inner light that will become a golden dawn in the darkness. A golden dawn in the darkness. 2. This experience is well known. It's a well known one in the annals of devotional mysticism. And so some idea of it may best be conveyed by some quotations at length from The Dark Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning asks, Trav, what's your difference on faith and hope? Are they the same? They're similar in flavor. They're similar in texture, similar in taste, but they differ in that hope is like you're holding a desire and an expectation for an outcome based on nothing more than desire. Faith, this is more of a knowing. And where does that knowing come from? It comes from resonating with intuition. What do I mean by that? When I say resonate with intuition, I mean you have spent time with this higher aspect of yourself. You spent time with it, so you know the voice of this higher aspect of the self. This is what I taught my Elemental Mastery Magic System class. You spend time with that higher self, and you learn about the mind that isn't influenced by your likes and your dislikes. You learn about the type of mind that operates behind the scenes that isn't influenced by pain and pleasure and memory. You learn the voice of the timeless mind. See, imagine right now you've got your mind, and your mind is based off of all your memories and all your desires and all that other stuff. And there's another mind, a higher mind that operates uh, uh, without the influence of time, right? So it's not in a hurry. It's operating without the influence of your desires, your beliefs. It's operating on an independent plane, above and beyond you. There's a separate mind. And I can tell you about it, or you can experience it for yourself. And the more that you spend time in a relationship with that higher mind, you start to learn that when it communicates with you, that communication is not based on what you think and what you've learned and what you're guessing or what you desire. You get a clear signal from a higher, pure, uninfluenced mind. And what faith is having that communication, that conversation, a knowledge of that higher mind, trusting it, and attuning your decision making process to that higher mind. So that higher mind might say, you know what? Instead of taking a right, take a left. And you might say, oh, I don't want to go left. There's dogs down there and the road is bad. I might pop a tire, right? Your human mind has all these reasons why you shouldn't. But that still small voice of intuition might say, take this left, trust me. And you take that left and you find something that changes your life. That's faith. Learning the voice of that mind, learning that voice, walking by that voice. And the beautiful thing is, every single one of us has had opportunities to do that. And every time we choose to follow that voice, it gets stronger, it gets louder, it gets clearer, and it gets easy to distinguish from your own funky ass thoughts. So the difference between faith and hope is coming from you. You hope they don't turn off your internet. You hope the hurricane don't come through and fuck up your car and your house. Right? You hope Donald Trump do this or don't do that. That's not based on nothing but desire. Faith is when you know the voice of intuition, you know the voice of your soul, you know that voice of God even. You know that there's a voice that is bigger than you and it has a pattern and you follow that pattern, you walk by that pattern. Walk by faith, not by sight. That's what the Bible says. You walk by that pattern, and through experience of doing that multiple times, you know that that's the right direction to go. So that's nothing to do with hope, everything to do with trust and knowing. Let me know if that came through clear. That's not no textbook definition. That's not me looking nothing up, no GPT. That's from complete experience with that. And every time you walk by faith, every single time you make that decision making faculty, every time you choose to walk by faith, the voice gets stronger and you become better at hearing it until it becomes a very solid line of communication in your life. A very solid line of communication. And those of you who know this voice, you know what I'm talking about. And it's more than it's beyond your body telling you stuff. It's beyond your ego and your memory and your beliefs. It's beyond that. All right. Yeah, perfect. I've seen that where I'm at on the map from Power versus Force. That's a good map. Wonder how tapped in you had to be to pull that information down and put it into a book, right? Okay, so let's talk about this excerpt from The Dark Night of the Soul. 3. Souls begin to enter this dark night when God proceeds to lead them from the state of beginners, proper to those who meditate on the spiritual road, and begins to set them in that of the progressives, which is, at length, that of the contemplatives, to the end that passing through this state, they may reach that of the perfect, which is the divine union of the soul with God. Therefore, so that we may the better understand and set forth what night this is, wherethrough the soul passes, and for what cause God places her therein, we must here first touch upon some propensities of beginners, so that they may know the weakness of their state, and pluck up courage, and desire that God may set them in this night, wherein the soul is strengthened and confirmed in virtue, and made ready for the inestimable delights of the love of God. And even though we dwell somewhere, somewhat thereon, it will not be more than suffices in order adequately to treat further on of this dark night. We must then know that after the soul resolutely converts herself to God, God generally sets to work to educate her spiritually and to regale her, as does a loving mother her tender child, who she warms at the heat of her breast, and rears with sweet milk and soft and delicate food, and bears about in her arms and cherishes. But by degrees, as it waxes in growth, the mother begins to wean it, and hiding from it her soft breast, anointing it with bitter aloes, and putting the infant from her arms, teaches it to walk with its feet, to the end that, losing its childish ways, it may become used to greater and more real things. You get that? We fall in love with mama because mama treats us so nice and sweet, holds us and keeps us warm, and we get that breast milk and nourishment and songs and tucked into bed. And eventually we have to grow out of that. We got to learn how to walk. We got to go to school on our own. We learn how to pay bills and cook for ourselves and do our own laundry. We have to wean off of the baby and grow into an adult. That's the dark night of the soul. So this ain't like no spiritual. I'm just now doing this for the first time. This is what I meant to homeboy earlier. You are always walking these paths. You are always engaged in this spiritual evolution. You just have to learn how to identify it. And when you learn how to identify it correctly, you can know where you're at on the map. You can know what direction you're going in, what might need to be adjusted for a more useful and appropriate experience. Check. I know, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I know. But it's much better on the other side. Because mama ain't going to be there always. Mama, mama, you know I love you. Ooh, you know I love you, mama. Mama, you're the queen of my heart. Your love is like tears from the start. Loving you's like food to my soul. Right? It's the circle of life. It's the circle of life. It's not a curse. It's not here to hurt you. It's not a trap. It's not a punishment. It's evolution. And I tell you something, look at the divine mother. Look at Bina on the tree. What is the mystical experience of Bina? Somebody tell me who was here for the mystical Kabbalah study. What is the mystical experience of Bina, the divine mother, divine feminine? What is the mystical experience there? Is it being tucked in at night? Is it having a birthday cake and having your Lunchable packed up nice and neat with your apple juice and the orange juice on the side and a cookie and a lollipop? No. The mystical experience of Bina is vision of sorrow. Because while you're living in Disney World, watching Paw Patrol and playing with your toys and you got your little onesie on with the feet and the unicorn top. I never had that until I was like much older. Mama knows that one day you're going to have to grow up and you won't be her little baby anymore. She knows that, but you don't know that yet. Mama knows that, but you don't know that yet. That's the vision of sorrow. Mother Mary held Christ in her arms, her child, her baby. She raised, right? The angel came and said, hey, hey, you're about to carry a special child. Well, what do I tell my husband? Tell him what you got to tell him, but you about to carry a special child, right? She got that message. She carried him in her womb 9 months. She went through the process and pain of birthing the baby, right? Raised him up, taught him how to eat, walk, sing, and read, and all that other stuff, knowing in the back of her head this child has a destiny, a powerful destiny, and she doesn't know if she'll be able to handle it, if he'll be able to handle it, right? In the back of her head, she already is expecting this to come to pass. She knows before the baby knows. And eventually, after 30 years, Christ grows up, he accepts his mission, he's out doing his thing, and he meets the climax of his incarnation. And she holds his lifeless body from off that cross. And she knew it had to come to this point. 30 years she was waiting on it, and here it is. Vision of sorrow. Get what I'm saying? Does that put it into perspective here? So remember that whenever you hear these delusional people on social media talking about the divine feminine, oh well, the yoni and everyone comes through the yoni and the birth, like yeah, that's true, but there's also a dark side to it that necessary comes with it. Death. Death is bundled up with life. And to neglect one side of the equation is delusional. God is a woman. Everything is a woman. Okay, but there's also another part to it. If there's a give, guess what? There's a taketh. There's a taketh here too. That same yoni is going to open back up as the grave. as the portal to the next side. Don't forget it. Just want to throw that out there because it's important. That same yoni. First it giveth, then it taketh away. Queens of the Stone Age. Songs for the Deaf. I love that album. Okay, back to it.
The black woman is God.
What does that leave? Where does that leave everyone else? All right, here we go. Where were we? Dark Night of the Soul. Oh yeah, we read that beautiful poem, right? But by degrees, as it waxes in growth, the mother begins to wean it, and hiding from it her soft breast, anoints it with with bitter aloes, and putting the infant from her arms, teaches it to walk with its feet, to the end that, losing its childish ways, it may become used to greater and more real things. 4. This night, whereby we mean contemplation, produces in the spiritually minded two sorts of darkness or purgations, answering to the two parts of man, that is to say, the sensitive and spiritual. And thus, the first night or sensitive purgation is that wherein the soul purges and strips herself naked of all things of sense by conforming the senses to the spirit. And the next is the spiritual insight or purgation, wherein the soul purges and denudes herself of all mental activity by conforming and disposing the intellect for the union of love with God. The sensitive is usual and happens to many, and it is of these beginners that we shall treat first. The spiritual purgation is gone through by very few, and those only who have been proved and tried, and of these we shall treat afterwards. 0 says the ring chaos. Remember, I believe it was chapter 7 or so, or chapter 20 something, where she talked about the 7 deaths. Also, think about how Inanna, the goddess Inanna, had to descend into the underworld, and she was stripped piece by piece of all her protection, all her jewels and charms and weapons and armor. Many mythological legends of the Savior having to descend into the underworld, and in doing so is stripped of spiritual powers. 5. The first night, or purgation, we're talking about the dark night of the soul, is bitter and terrible to the sense. The second transcends all description, because it is exceeding fearsome for the spirit, as we shall presently show. And as the sensitive comes first in order and takes place first, we shall briefly say somewhat thereof, so that we may proceed more especially to treat of the spiritual night, whereof very little has been said, either by word of mouth or writing, or moreover, because the experience thereof is extremely rare. Now, since the method these beginners pursue on the journey towards God is slavish and bears a strong resemblance to their own desires and delights, as was above set forth, since God wills to lead them higher and deliver them from this base fashion of love to a loftier degree of love of God, and free them from the inadequate and mechanical exercise of the sense, the imagination, and mental activity which go a groping after God in such a feeble sort and with so much difficulty, as we have said, and places them in the exercise of the Spirit, wherein they can communicate with God more abundantly and freer from imperfections. When, at length, they They have practiced themselves for some time in the journey of virtue, persevering in meditation and prayer, wherein with the suavity and relish they have found, they have become detached from worldly things and acquired some spiritual strength in God, so as to be able to curb the creature appetites and in some small degree suffer for God some slight load and dryness without turning back at the crucial moment when, to their thinking, they are proceeding in these spiritual exercises to their entire satisfaction and delight. And when the sun of divine favors seems to them to shine most radiantly upon them, God darkens all his light and shuts the door and fountain of the sweet spiritual water, which they are wont to drink in God as often and as long as they chose. And thus, he leaves them in darkness so profound that they know not whether to direct the sense of imagination and speculations of the mind. You don't even know what to visualize. You don't even know what to imagine. You are left defenseless. You don't know where to turn, what to do. Remember what we said in the beginning of this chapter? This desert, this having to lean on nothing but faith. And I tell you what, you talk about how you want spiritual advancement and you want this deep level of understanding, all that other stuff. That comes with a price. You have to let go of all the things you relied on as a human. You have to transcend being a regular ass donkey human. You have to let it go. And what do I mean by that? We rely on our five senses first and foremost. Gotta let that go. And we rely on our beliefs about how the world should be. You gotta let that go. And you have to rely on nothing but your soul. Before you can gain the powers of the soul, you got to learn to lean on the soul. Why? Because that's the only way that you're going to realize that everything else is an illusion. Your five senses is an illusion. Your beliefs are an illusion. Nothing you believe is entirely true. Nothing. Nothing I believe is entirely true. This culture is built off of illusions that sound good. We don't know anything. We don't know what's in the sky. We don't know what's down in the ocean. You don't know. We don't know anything. We got a good okey doke answer, and we said, okay, you don't know anything about this planet you live on. We don't know anything. And you don't know that. You don't realize that until you really realize it. Because we can talk about it, you can post about it, but you don't realize it until you really realize, like, holy shit, we don't know anything. You know, we talk about how good this AI is at creating visuals and text and all this other stuff. You don't know how long it's been this good. It could have been this good for over 30 years. You know, AI was really created in the 60s. So we don't even know what we're looking at on these computer screens and phone. We don't know anything. You know what your food is made out of? You ain't never seen a calorie before, so we don't know. And it can be scary, but it's like, accept it. That has nothing to do with anything. Okay. Life is still having, you still got to pay your bills, right? You still got to go to work, right? But there comes a time where you're going to have to let go of relying on the five senses and your established beliefs and only trust the spirit. When you're put in that situation and you get through it, you gain new powers over life. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. This is not some shit I'm saying because I'm repeating it from somebody else said. I've been through this. And it establishes a new you. Because there's an old you which relies on your five senses and your beliefs. But you never question where you got them beliefs from. Dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul. That means it's dark and you can't see. And you got nowhere to turn. You can't trust anyone or anything. And you have it's just like a baby, right? The baby nourished and nurtured at the mama's breast. One day she's gonna have to put you down on the ground and you gotta crawl. You gotta eat solid foods, no more titties. You gotta eat solid foods, baby foods. Do you think a baby likes that? Has anybody here ever raised a child and gone through that? Do you think the baby likes that? No. Mama, pick me up. Ninny. I want the ninny. Ninnies. No more ninnies, baby. No more ninnies. Eat that food. I don't want the food. I want ninnies. Right? It's not going to feel good at first. But look at you now. Are you still crying for the ninnies? Big shit popping, that little shit stopping. That big shit popping, that little shit stopping. Cosmic puzzle pieces sound like Brother Panic. Rest in power, Brother Panic. Rest in power, Brother Panic. Zero says, yes, my gnosis said it. When you realize you don't know anything, you finally realize it. Facts. It's got to be realized. Realized. Rose of Flame says, ninnies. That's what my son called them. Ninnies. 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 No, it's my turn. That's a good point, Elah. Elah says, when you're born, so is your death, because one day we all die. That's why Yama rules Barani in Aries. Barani is the Yoni. Enchanted Cottage says, realizing we don't know anything strips away that ego. Precisely. Precisely. And that's why I'm saying that, right? When you accept the fact that you don't know anything, now you can learn, right? That's what there is to know that you don't know nothing. That's what there is to know. I don't know shit. I don't know anything. And the rabbit hole goes deep. Like you think the rabbit hole is deep because of some conspiracy stuff you saw on social media, but the real conspiracies, the real truths, is deeper than if it's popular and everybody's talking about it. That's not it. The rabbit hole goes all the way. If it's not scary, you didn't hit it yet. You're not there yet. When reality starts getting scary and you really start questioning, now you're working with it. I'll tell you what, man. Personally, I don't think the planets are real. And I don't think dinosaurs happened. Damn sure ain't go to the moon. That's me, right? And it goes even further than that. Goes even further than that. Of course, I'm not saying you have to believe that too. You believe what you want. And that's not something I just made up. But hey, that rabbit hole goes deep. Shout I got low, 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 low.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Looking at her, she at the blow. Next thing you know, shawty got low, 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 low.
Oh, it goes low.
Low, 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 low.
Fat Tony in the building. Peace, peace, my friend. Peace. Russell Maroon Schultz. Peace and greetings. Laugh Lab HQ says, I want to get rid of evil spirits from my house. Did you ask them what they wanted? Did you ask them why they're there? Maybe they're not actually evil spirits. Gather as much intel as you can and approach neutral. Nothing has inherent meaning. Everything is operating from the angle that you choose to operate from. Might not be evil. Plenty of people have called me and asked me, Trev, how do I get rid of this evil spirit? Can I pay you to get rid of this evil spirit? And the overwhelming majority of the times that people have asked me that, it's not what they think it is. Many times it's caused by them or a misinterpretation of what's going on. I don't know your situation, so I'm just speaking from general. I recall this one time this girl called me on Facebook Messenger asking me to help her get rid of this evil spirit. And I asked her to tell me the situation, what's going on. And she's telling me about how she's trying to hook up with this guy and she finally got him to her house. And she's had this spirit up in the attic that makes sounds and shit. Well, one day she had the guy there and the spirit was going crazy, knocking shit over, making all this noise. Of course, the guy got spooked and he left and she didn't get no pipe that night. She was pissed. So she's like, this is an evil spirit. What candle do I burn? What do I need to summon to get rid of the spirit? And I'm like, maybe it's not an evil spirit. Could it be that that thing was protecting you from a person that you didn't need to be with? I don't want to hear none of that, Trav. What candle do I burn? What spirit do I summon? I couldn't help her. But hey, who knows? I don't know your situation. I don't know your situation. But statistically, from my experience, it's a factor of classification, right? What makes the spirit evil? Nayambura Wanjiru, peace. Enchanted Cottage says, my shower thought of the other day, what if nothing is real? It's all you projecting and creating this experience. I think we're going to be forced to realize that very soon, especially with um, the realization that all of our interactions online are going to be synthetic, fabricated, not knowing what's real, everything being generated. It's already here. It's just going to amplify to the point of absurdity. And I think at that point, most people are either going to get completely paranoid or they're going to realize that nothing matters anyway. The only place of truth is within. My gnosis in the building. Peace and greetings. Cosmic P. Peace, peace. Shout out to my gnosis. Also, look, if you haven't seen my gnosis's work, if you haven't subscribed to my gnosis's YouTube channel, click on his profile here and subscribe to his channel as well. Cosmic P. Evil. Yala says, so spend time in the real off web in nature. Yeah. Enchanted Cottage says, maybe I should reconsider the AI boyfriend. Oh, it's coming. It's coming fast. You'll have plenty to choose. You'll be able to create your own. You'll be able to create your own. I got my Cortana avatar ready. I'm gonna have my ginger fairy baddie generated ready. But no, our grandkids are definitely gonna have synthetic relationships, marrying AI and whatnot. I think that's coming quick. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. The end result is what matters. All right, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Etheric, peace. All right, where we at with it? No, next thing you know. Enchanted Cottage says, "Baha, watch out for that ginger." Look, I'm a professional ginger whisperer. All right, I'm a pro at this, whether they're real or AI. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Oh my nigga, not you nigga. How is it? All right, where we at? Okay, Dark Night of the Soul. I went off on a long tangent. So yeah, God darkens all this light and shuts the door and fountain of the sweet spiritual water, which they were wont to drink in God as often and as long as they chose. And thus he leaves them in darkness so profound that they know not whether to direct the sense of the imagination and speculations of the mind. For they cannot take a single step towards meditation, as before they were wont, the interior sense being now submerged in this night and made so barren that not only find they no substance and delight in spiritual matters and good practices wherein they were wont to rejoice and find relish, but on the contrary, in its place, a nauseous savor and bitterness. For, as I have said, as God knows them to have, at length, increased somewhat in growth, in order that they may acquire strength and escape from their swaddling clothes. Got to grow up. He severs them his sweet breast, and putting them from his arms, teaches them to walk alone, the which to them is passing strange, as everything seems topsy turvy. I can speak on that a little bit, right? Even as a spiritual person, you got your rituals and your routines, the little things that you do. You might have spirits that you work with and all that. I've learned, and you've seen that just from watching my content, I've learned that there comes a time to even put that stuff away. See, everything that you're doing now to sustain your life, you're if you're growing, if you're in the process of evolution, this is still baby stuff. This is still crutches and training wheels. You're going to have to ascend past it. There was a long time when I used to pray to God, beg God, and ask God to help me, right? Then I graduated from that. There's a time where I'm doing these rituals, I'm burning candles and herbs, and I'm collecting all these special parts of nature to make these complex rituals, and I'm drawing sigils, and I'm working with demons and angels. I'm doing all that, and it was working. And then there came a time of growth where I had to put that stuff away. Just like what it says here, just like when you have to let go of the breast, no more ninnies, right? You got to eat that baby food, got to eat the solid food. I had to put away the demons and the spirits and the angels because it wasn't working anymore. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't substantial. I found myself in a dark night to where my magic didn't seem to be working anymore. Wasn't no The demons wasn't doing nothing. The candles burning wasn't doing nothing. I had to go to a higher level. I had to rely on the source and the source only. And from that relationship, I learned a different way to be. I'm doing mantras. I'm meditating, right? I'm focused on the Vedic stuff. Then there came a point in time where that wasn't exactly doing it anymore. And I was in another dark night. And I thought that I was doing something wrong. I thought that I was doing something wrong. And I fell out for like a year, 2 years. I was even feeling a bit of like, damn, I reached the highest I've ever been spiritually. And I fell. I can't believe I let myself slip. And it took me about 2 years to realize, no, no, this is part of the process. After every stage, the graduation looks grim. You know what the graduation looks like? See, you think people talk about, oh, it's a graduation. No, 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 no. It's not you throwing your hat up and confetti all over the place. It looks like the baby being kept from the breast. The nipple is still dripping milk, but you're not going to taste it no more. It's finished. You are now a big boy, big girl. You're now a big they them, right? You're now a big they them. And you can't take the breast milk no more. Now you got to eat the solid food, the baby food. You got to grow up. You have to learn how to walk. You have to learn how to navigate in a new landscape. That's what graduation looks like. Then you get to the process of acclimating to that and you learn how to do it successfully and you go through the process of growth, but it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. It's going to keep happening. Guess what? When your body doesn't work anymore, and you can't use it, and now you're just a consciousness floating around in the etheric astral plane, you're going to have to do this as well. You're gonna have to learn how to navigate, how to operate. This is a cycle that never ends. Just like when you after school, right? Whether you graduated or not, now you're in the real world. You got to get a job. You got to pay bills. You got to do all this new stuff, and nobody really taught you how to do it, but you had to figure it out. What if you wanted to become an entrepreneur? What if you wanted to start a business? What if you wanted to become a social media person and make content? Whatever realm you step into, you've got to learn it from scratch. You've got to be a beginner. You don't just stay at expert. So we can already see the energy of this path now, and we're only on like the sixth verse. Is this resonating? Can you relate? Boom. Zero says, as you said in your middle path video, there's a moment when you transcend the symbols. When you transcend the symbols you use that represent the divinity, and even be higher than that. I definitely experienced this you're talking about. Facts. Facts. Because we all have a symbol of God. You are supposed to transcend that symbol of God. You're supposed to transcend it. You're not supposed to be locked up under the same symbol of God in your head for all your life. You're supposed to learn enough to where that symbol, you see it as training wheels, and you move on to the next phase. Monica Lewan says this: there are stages, but they can feel like failure and loss of footing. Right, right. So that's again why it's important to remember nothing is true, everything is permitted. So you've got to be able to look at these situations and deal with them accordingly. If you think that you failed, now you're adding on a whole different set of karma. Let it roll off the chest. You got to be tough like a turtle fin. OAG said related from the moment I tuned in. Hey, synchronicity. Starline says reminds me of the song by REM, Losing My Religion. Starline says like Goku switching teachers from King Kai to Beerus. Exactly. Exactly. Moiji says, damn, this just gave me a whole new insight to what I'm going through. Good, good, good. That's the point, man. That's the point. That's why I'm here. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Starline says, keep going. Life is like boxing. There's 12 rounds and you got to conserve your energy. Right, right. Don't use all your 50 pots just because all your med kits just because you got a scratch. You might need it for the next fight. All right, let's keep going. From Master Roshi to King Kai. Imagine staying in the same grade for 20 years, thinking that you're doing something. Yeah, man, I've been in the occult for 20 years, but you've been training under King Kai for 20 years. You know, saw beers come and go. Yeah, man, I've been in the game 20 years. Okay. The length of time doesn't really mean anything. What you doing with that 20 years? We on, what is it, Dragon Ball Daima, and you still talking about Master Roshi. Yeah, man, I learned the Kamehameha. I've been doing the Kamehameha for 20 years, man. I've been doing the KO Ken since the 80s, brother. Okay? You know, Frieza done came and got resurrected 2, 3 times. Frieza's black now. You realize that? Shit, nigga, I got the KO Ken. I know what I'm doing. You better not come around here with that black Frieza. I got KO Ken. Me and my boy Tien, me and my boy Yamcha, shit, better not come around here. Me and my boy Yamcha, boy. Me and my boy Yamcha, we gonna walk him. We gonna walk him. I'm gonna walk you. All right. You and your boy Yamcha and Tien. Zero says, even they defeated a sorcerer, Ram. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember his name though. I didn't get up into that season. Okay. He severs them, his sweet breast, and putting them from his arms, teaches them to walk alone, the which to them is passing strange, as everything seems topsy turvy. When the old tricks don't work anymore, it's not always because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Sometimes it is graduation. Moro, that's his name. Moro. Baphomet. 6. The experience of the 25th path is that of the first or sensitive night of the soul, to use the term of St. John of the Cross. The second or spiritual night is that of the approaches to the abyss and doth. I find it pretty interesting because these concepts are like coming up now that I've gone through this process. I don't recall them really coming up as much before, or maybe I wasn't paying attention to them. But this second or spiritual dark night of the soul is what happens when you approach the abyss and doth. So it is not surprising that it is gone through by very few, and those only who have been proved and tried. For as the blueprint of the Tree of Life shows, it is a very advanced mystical state. Only the first lesser night need concern us at the moment, and anyone who reaches it and gets through it has achieved a fair degree of mystical enlightenment, at least to the verges of soul consciousness, as some schools call it, or the conscious contact of the individuality with the personality. Remember, the individuality is the soul, the personality is the lower self. Rosa Flame says, the dark night that gets you being like, fuck magic. Right. I'm sure this has happened in like comic book mythology or whatever. Like, can you imagine being a superhero, fighting crime, doing your thing, and then one day your powers don't work and you're in like the belly of the beast? Can you imagine that if the hero can come out of that unscathed, that he would become a different person or she would become a different person? Can anybody recall when that's happened in pop culture where a hero is like, badass doing his thing, but he finds himself in a place where he doesn't have his powers anymore? Something's like on the verge of my imagination, but I can't think of anybody. I want to say like Wolverine or somebody. Can't say Batman because. Okay, Rosa Flame says Thor. Yep. Okay, there's a good example. But just imagine, right? You've got all this power, and now you're powerless, or so you think. But you realize you've been leaning on these external things all your life. Now you've got to build an inner strength to become something new. Astro Ron says Spider Man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think Spider Man did that at one point too. Look, they walking down one of these paths. See, comic books, a lot of these authors are occultists as well. And they're drawing their inspiration from some of this work right here. Perfect way to do it. Rosa Flame says Gandalf. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says Percy Jackson, author wrote a Apollo trilogy like that, where he lost his powers for Apollo. Moichi says Iron Man. Kevin Wise says Green Lantern is one of the comic books. He had lost his power with the power ring. I don't know if that's a question, but that's like I think of. Yeah, yeah. Ashley B says Stranger Things. 11 lost her powers and had to regain them. Right. So what I want you to think about is the transformation that the hero has to go through, still facing the obstacles, even without their powers to lean on. 1111, by the way. So this definitely must be something important to consider. What are your powers? Since you're the hero in this story, what are your powers? And what do you do when you don't have them? That's why we said in the beginning of this chapter, like being out there on your own, stranded, you got nothing to lean on, nobody to lean on. You still have to make it work. Guess what? You have faith, not hope, because we define the difference between hope and faith. You got to lean on faith. And once you understand that your faith is the strongest power, when you get your powers back, you wield them differently, you use them differently. And I just realized that Fortnite makes me do this every season update. They take away all the weapons and stuff that I rely on and make me have to learn some new shit. And I hate it. But by the end of the season, I'm kicking ass again, doing my thing, and then they take it away. I was going ham with that baseball bat, boy. Then they took it away and put us in Star Wars world with X-Wings and TIE fighters blowing everything up. Okay, for as the no, further up. The experience of the 25th path is that of the first or sensitive night of the soul, to use the term of St. John of the Cross. The second or spiritual night is that of the approaches to the abyss and doth. So it is not surprising that it is gone through by very few, and those only who have been proved and tried. For, as the blueprint of the Tree of Life shows, it is a very advanced mystical state. Only the first, lesser night need concern us at the moment, and anyone who reaches it and gets through it has achieved a fair degree of mystical enlightenment, at least to the verges of soul consciousness, as some schools call it, or the conscious contact of the individuality with the personality, higher self with the lower self. To get through the dark night of the soul unaided would be an achievement indeed. And this is another reason why self tuition is not recommended for any course of occult or spiritual training. For only a person exceptionally strong in faith would be able to keep going in the face of such spiritual aridity. That's what makes me so special. Because most people, you got to think, going through a difficulty like this would turn away from the spiritual path. This is where you get a lot of people going back to church or saying that magic is evil, the occult is evil, don't do it. It's because they didn't pass these levels. I came from a Christian background, and I had a lot of faith. That might have just been my imagination or just my faith in my creativity, but yeah. For only a person exceptionally strong in faith will be able to keep going in the face of such spiritual aridity. For any who do have to go it alone, however, the whole book by St. John of the Cross is well worth study. 7. It is interesting to equate the terms of St. John of the Cross with the Kabbalistic system, for they do align one with another very well. According to him, the soul, in this context, the personality, has three aspects: will, intellect, and memory. And these may be aligned with Netzach, Hod, and Yesod, respectively. Furthermore, he says elsewhere that it is St. Paul's well known categories of faith, hope, and charity. Fun fact, my baby mama's name is Charity, and her sisters are Faith and Hope. Paul's well known categories of faith, hope, and charity, which are at the same time a cause of the spiritual darkness and the means to go through it. For faith voids and darkens the intellect of all its human knowledge, and by so doing, prepares it for union with the divine wisdom. And hope empties and alienates the memory from all creature possessions and sets it upon what it hopes to enjoy in the future. And this is why the hope of God alone can absolutely dispose the memory, because of the vacuum it causes therein, to be united with Him. Just in the same way doth charity void and empty the affections and appetites of the will of whatsoever thing is not God, and sets them on Him alone. And so this virtue prepares this faculty and unites it with God through love. Somewhere in here is bhakti and jnana and rajas, or raja yoga, I mean. Somewhere in those three, faith, hope, and charity. Benjamin says there were times where I got close to losing faith, but I had no choice but to have it. But what if I did have a choice? And that's the mindset right there, bro. That's the mindset. Like when it boils down to it, when you really put somebody in the oven and all the shields melt off, all the fake melts away, at your core, you have a decision to make. Either I give up or I keep going. And some people are just built to where it's like giving up is not an option, failing is not an option, running away is not an option. Some people are just built like that, and some people are not. That's just the way it goes, right? Of course, on the outside, everybody's going to make you think that they're this, that, and the third. Everybody's tough and strong and perfect. But when you're really in the furnace and when everything is burned away, some people say, I cannot give up. And some people say, oh, this is too much. I'm giving up. And that's the way it is. You know who you are. You know what you are. And the question is, what are you going to do from this point? 8. The phrase in the earlier passage that the night of the soul is a test to see whether the soul will turn back at the crucial moment may be accepted more literally than was perhaps intended. For the word crucial comes from the Latin crux, across, and the point of greatest difficulty on the 25th path. Remember, I showed you the diagram? The 27th path that we just read goes horizontally, and this 25th path goes vertically. You're literally at that cross. At the cross, where I first saw the light, and the shadows of the night rode away. Are we just and faith, and be glad in it, and sing of glory all the day. The cross. So the word crucial comes from the Latin word crux, across, and the point of greatest difficulty on the 25th path, the greatest darkness before the dawn, is at the point where a cross is formed between it and the transverse 27th path of Mars and the lightning struck tower or house of God. So that adds more depth to the 27th path that we just read. The actual lightning bolt coming down, That adds more depth to it, right? Because now we're talking about being at this point in the game where everything is burned away. Ashley B says crossroads, right? You're at that crossroads. You won't be lonely. You won't be lonely. It's my Uncle Charles, y'all. Where a cross is formed between it and the transverse 27th path of Mars and the lightning struck tower or house of God. 9. The fact that the three virtues outlined by St. Paul in his epistle to the Corinthians are both the cause and the means of ending the dark night of the soul gives a reason for the allocation of the Hebrew letter Samekh to the path. This letter meaning a prop or a crutch. To speak symbolically, the soul needs the prop or the crutch of faith, hope, and love of God in its weak state at this point. Though, of course, these were the means of wounding also. These were the means of wounding also. And according to the strength of these qualities, is so the severity of the test. Dang. So God gives his strongest battles to his strongest warriors. Incidentally, we might note here that the alternative title of the trump of the 27th path, the hospital. Interesting. A very little used alternative to this power is called the hospital. Those of weak faith, weak hope, and weak charity have little great darkness to go through at a time, though the process may be extended over many, many years intermittently. Hmm. Could this be a reason for why some people have difficult lives? Similarly, those of great spiritual virtue are likely to have a comparatively short but very severe testing. Yet mine are usually short and severe. This follows logically from the fact that it is the spiritual virtues that cause the wound that only they themselves can remedy. There is a profound occult hint here, for it signifies A, that all the tests of the soul are within the soul itself, and B, they are automatically governed by the strength and speed of progress of the soul, so that no soul is broken through spiritual aspiration and progress. So check that out. It's not all pleasant, soft pillows. You got to pay the cost to be the boss, as they say. Sometimes these situations that y'all, that pop up, even though you're doing all the right things and you're on a spiritual path, sometimes the situations that pop up and cause you a little bit of difficulty are not actually tests and not punishments. Sometimes these are opportunities for you to exercise what you've learned. Sometimes these are opportunities to exercise and demonstrate to yourself what you're capable of. When I reframed that for myself, I immediately gave up any belief in bad luck and misfortune. Because I realized that anything that happens to me from here on out, it's not bad luck, it's not bad karma, it's not because I did something wrong. These are opportunities for me to really put into practice what I preach, for me to really demonstrate what I'm capable of. So what that means now is when I face a difficulty, I'm not scanning for the reason what I did wrong. I'm scanning for how can I show out? How can I go above and beyond demonstrating what I'm capable of? How can I not only get through this, but excel flying colors? How can I turn this into one of my greatest victory stories that I can always reference? You see where I'm going with this? Nothing means anything. My notes it says no obstacle, just opportunity. For real, right? And we know, you and I, we know this. This is more than just feel good language. Somebody else might say that to make you feel good, but this is we way past feel good. We way past feel good because you can feel good while you're doing bad. It's not about feelings. If you're claiming to be a master of the subconscious and you control your reality and you claiming all this stuff, right? Etheric says that cosmic G check. If you're claiming all that stuff, then you need to rest assured that there's going to come a time for you to demonstrate. You see how that works? If you're claiming to be this, that, and a third, you are essentially invoking an opportunity to demonstrate that. And that's a wonderful thing. That's a wonderful thing if you're telling the truth. But if you're really propping your ego up and you start believing your own bullshit, if you really get to that point where you start believing your own bullshit, that's when it turns into a tower moment. Because I am God. I'm the cosmic God. I done created everything. I'm guess what? You're going to have to demonstrate that. And if what you're saying is not true, then the part of you that's saying all that is gonna you're gonna feel the sting of that lightning bolt. You're gonna feel the sting of that lightning bolt. Yes, you will. And it's not a punishment, right? Come on, pay attention to this. It's not a punishment. Because if you're saying all that stuff and you start to believe it and it's not true, then what's happening is that a part of your ego is being structured and built on false principles, right? Being structured on and built on false principles. So it needs to be torn down so that the useful and appropriate aspects of your ego can have a chance to flourish. So none of this is about evil. None of this is about cursed and hexed and I did something wrong. And honestly, if, if people who talk about that kind of stuff are grossly misunderstood because this is your universe. What's happening is an unfolding of your soul. So why the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I'm hexed. I'm cursed. They put it on me. They put roots on me. They did this to me. You live in your own universe, man. It's your own universe, man. If there are aspects of the lower self that are not useful and not appropriate, they must be torn down so that the useful and appropriate aspects of yourself can be built up. And if you're claiming this, that, and the third, please believe you will have an opportunity to demonstrate. To demonstrate. This is my mixtape, man. You threw my album in the toilet, man. When he saw his tape in the toilet, boy, oh, that broke his heart. When he saw his tape in the toilet, he didn't have to throw it in the toilet now. That was terrible. He done found his idol, gave him his music, and his idol threw it in the bathroom toilet. You threw my album in the toilet, man. He was hurt, boy. Don't build yourself up on a foundation of sand. You know better than that. Stop trying to impress these people. Stop trying to impress these people because they don't care. They're not paying attention anyways. And they don't know themselves. They're not even qualified to judge you in any way. Threw my album in the toilet, man. Hey, look at that. Benjamin says, I've been telling myself I'm the richest man in the universe. Let me just say a lot has been killing my ego. Right, right. And see, really, this should be a wonderful lesson on how manifestation actually works. Because I'll say this perhaps you are the richest man in the universe. But see, you might be categorizing it as cash money. Maybe there are other things to be wealthy in. Maybe there are other aspects of wealth. And maybe, just maybe, if you could do some mental kung fu, some mental taekwondo, some mental tai chi, and prove to yourself that you are wealthy in other areas and get that locked in. See, I'm giving away too much. I'm giving away too much. So you're probably not listening. That's fine. But if you can prove to yourself that you are the wealthiest man in the universe in other areas, and it becomes a reality because you can connect the dots of where this actually happened, maybe it can translate into other areas. Because if you can say that and speak it as a truth, the rest of the world starts to say, oh, yeah, he's right. He's right. People say, oh, I can't focus. I can't concentrate. Oh, yeah? Well, then explain how you can sit down at that PlayStation 5 and play 2K for 8 hours straight. Or you can binge watch a whole Netflix series. Or you can sit here on Pornhub gooning for 6 hours. How can you do these things if you're not capable of concentrating? You are, right? You are. You've just got to, you've got to what's the word? Extrapolate from one skill set to another. Perform surgery. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, people say they've been cursed. No, boo. This is the consequences of your decisions. Boom. Boom. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, this path sounds like ancient incubation temple Christian practices. This is where mystical healing by faith, by saint contact. I think the process of a saint to touch you is a process of path working. Mm. Mm. My album in the toilet, man. Benjamin says, I'm good at communicating with certain people. They make me feel rich inside sometimes. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Connect the dots. Where are you wealthy? Lock into that and extrapolate it. The next time you say that you're the wealthiest man, mean it, because now you have evidence. You didn't say, I'm the wealthiest man in Bitcoin, I'm the wealthiest man in US dollars, right? The key is being specific so you can prove it to yourself and then expand from there. Benjamin says, from gooning to gaining cash, transmutation, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Find out what you're good at and then take those inner skills and move them to the next place. This is how we do it. It's Saturday night and I feel alright. The party's here on the west side. So I reach for my 40 and I turn it up. Designated driver, get the keys to my truck. I'm faded. Faded. Feels so good in my hood tonight. So lift up your cup and throw your hands up. Let me hear the party say, I'm kind of buzzed and it's all because this is how we do it. South Central does it like nobody does. This is how we do it. To all my neighbors, you got much flavor. This is how we do it. Let's flip the script, bring the old school back. All right, man. We got to lock it in here. Gemini season. We got to lock it in here. All right. Lucian, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. You know, I'm going to manifest somebody in the chat named How We Do It. And every time they pop up, I'm going to sing that song. How we do it, I'm sending a signal out. Then I can say, this is how we do it. All right, back to it. Back to it. We just got a few more pages left. How many pages we got? Yeah, I got like 2 pages left. To all my neighbors, you got much flavor. Okay, so yeah, opportunities to demonstrate what you're talking about. All right, so keep that in mind the next time you are doing your affirmations. I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise. You will manifest opportunities to demonstrate that you're healthy, wealthy, and wise. So don't get mad. Don't say your manifestations ain't working. Look, man, look. I didn't read a word of Neville Goddard, but understanding this right here can make you a manifestation expert. You do actually get what you ask for, but did you handle it correctly? Did you handle it correctly? Oh, I'm a millionaire, right? Well, you're gonna get an opportunity to demonstrate if you're a millionaire. You see how that works? It's beautiful. I am God. Okay, you're gonna get an opportunity to demonstrate that you are God. You see how this works? That's what manifestation is. So when you're doing your affirmations and all that good shit, know that you are going to have an opportunity to demonstrate it. And if you fumble the bag and you repeat the process and you keep fumbling the bag, what are you proving to your subconscious mind now? There you go. This is how we do it. I'm a manifestation expert. You hear me? You heard what I said. How we do it in the building. How we do it. Let me send you a $50 Amazon gift card. How we do it. Damn. And he came in 2 minutes. You see how fast that was? Homie showed up in 2 minutes. Right? God bless you. How we do it. God bless you. To all my neighbors, you got much flavor. See? Y'all seen it? Y'all seen it? Evidence. You have to get evidence for your subconscious mind. This is how we do it. Right? And this right here is how we do it. Man, y'all better stop playing with me. Y'all better stop playing with me. That nigga dress funny, okay? And I'm manifesting. That nigga got black fingernails. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. And did. And did. Let's keep going. Y'all get me too riled up. It's Gemini season. I'm about to talk some shit all month. Where we at, man? Okay, so there's profound occult hint here, for it signifies that all the tests of the soul are within the soul itself, and they are automatically governed by the strength and speed of progress of the soul, so that no soul is broken through spiritual aspiration and progress. Not all are expected to take up the cross of a world savior, right? So hey, everybody don't have to be Christ. Everybody don't have to save the world. There's specific people to fill those roles. You don't have to save your friends and your family. The specific people are here to do that, right? Not all are expected to take up the cross of a world savior. Yet, even so, one's own cross will test one searchingly enough. This may be seen not only in the personal testimony of the mystics, but also in the record of the process on a group level in the biblical story of the Jewish exodus from Egypt into the 40 years in the wilderness. 10. From this, it is obvious why the 40-day journey of our Lord through the wilderness was of a more testing character than is the lot of most. Most souls have only their faith, hope, and charity to be tested out, to be tested. But our Lord, one who had real and potent occult power, also had to face the temptations of, firstly, his own self preservation, which was not only a question of commanding the stones of the wilderness to become bread, but an avoidance of the crucifixion. Right? Remember a couple weeks ago, a couple readings ago, I brought to awareness. Imagine he's sitting there knowing it's his time. They're gonna nail him to that tree in front of everybody, the hoes and everybody, naked, bleeding out, and he's in the garden. Lord, hey, Lord, please, if there's any way that you can kind of get me out of this, right? If there's any way we can bypass this, maybe do it next week, Lord, Lord, if there's any way to pass this cup from me, but nevertheless, your will, not my will. You don't know that kind of pressure. But even still, he went through with it, right? The temptation of first his own self preservation, when the so called devil offered him food when he was fasting, which, by the way, if you haven't fasted before, look into that and do it, because that's one way to fortify your spiritual strength. This is how we do it. God bless you, how we do it. God bless you. Which was not only a question of commanding the stones of the wilderness to become bread, but an avoidance of the crucifixion. Secondly, the use of his own power to lead the rebellious Jewish nation, which was ripe for it, to a rebellion against Rome and the establishment of an empire of its own with Jesus ben Joseph as emperor. Thirdly, the direct defiance of God by using his great powers to set up a spiritual kingdom in earth divorced from the rule of the solar logos to become, in fact, an antichrist. Again, as with faith, hope, and charity, it is the very divine powers themselves that cause the temptation. And Satan is a personification of these aspects, and thus, like them, within the soul, and not an external adversary. Satan's a part of your soul, not your enemy. Raise your hand if you're not ready for that. Raise your hand if you're not ready for that. Satan's not a part of, not your enemy, but a part of your soul. I mean, honestly. This is the rationale behind the Rosicrucian phrase, demon est deus inversus. God, the devil is God inverted. What did Bobby Hemmett say? What did Pastor Troy say? Vice versa. 11. Another link with the prop or crutch symbolized by the Hebrew letter is the crutch of the great god of healing, Asclepius, whose influence, together with the healing radiations of the archangel Raphael, the archangel who standeth in the sun, flows down the 25th path from the Sephiroth Tiphareth. Right? So we know that Raphael, the healer of God, is flowing down from Tiphareth. This is the brighter side of this path of probation and temptation. And it is said, when all sin and its effect, disease, are wiped from the face of the universe, then Asclepius will no longer be lame and will throw away his crutch. Thus, this great God form has implications beyond that of a God of healing. For the same might be said of the solar logos, whose symbol, and to some extent its very being, lies in the sun. Chicano's fighting for higher learning and says Satan is the clown from Spawn, right? Always at your side. Your first personal AI, testing your integrity, making sure that you are built for the job. Quality control. That's what Satan is. Quality control. Imagine the product getting angry at quality control. It ain't quality control's fault. It's the product's fault for not being up to standard, right? Imagine the product getting mad at quality control. Come on now. Come on now. Minosis says, I knew this channel was about devil worship. All of y'all need to repent. Amen. Amen. Please be seated. Amen. My Lord, we ask that you touch this kidney, make this kidney the best kidney. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says the devil is a part of your soul, right? Raise your hand if you're not ready to hear that. Because where else is the devil? Who else is the devil? Do we think it's an external person who's our enemy trying to hurt us? No, no, it's a part of the system, a part of the program, necessary so that you can be the best you can be. Be all that you can be in the army. I bet y'all never heard that commercial. Only the OGs know that commercial. Be all that you can be in the army. Yeah, even the military branches had jingles. Jingles. Ashley B says it's like when people succumb to temptation and then blame the thing that tempted them instead of reflection on why they went for it in the first place. Facts. Facts, bro, facts, right? See, why is it we have a whole culture of people who make the women, the females, cover themselves up from head to toe and all covered up in black, only the eyes showing, right? It's not the woman that tempts the man to sexual lust. It's the man with the lust. Why don't we address the lust? Why do we make the women cover themselves up at head to toe with only the eyes poking out? Imagine the product getting mad at quality control, demonizing quality control because the product is unfit, because the product isn't up to standard. You're not ready for the real world. You're not ready for the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
You don't know what death is. You don't know what death is. I don't want to hear about your environment or what your mama didn't give you. The white man's holding you back. You got a choice. Use it while you're still alive. You don't know what death is. You don't know what death is. Tell him, Denzel. Amon Ra Central says, your true enemy is closer than you think. Boom. Rosa Flame says, Jesus said, if the eye offends thee, pluck it out. Right? Come on. Come on. Who's not ready to hear that the devil's a part of your soul? There are no enemies, right? There are no enemies. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Do you know what you're talking about? Lakers at 5. Dominoes, Vamonos, Lakers at 5. How could God allow the devil to do evil things? Good question. How can you allow yourself to do evil things? Where we at, man? Okay. 12. The tarot trump of the path, Temperance, shows both aspects of the path. An angel, presumably Raphael, standing in a wilderness and pouring the waters of life from a golden vase into a silver one. Two obvious symbols of the sun Sephirah, Tiphareth, and the moon Sephirah, Yesod, which this path conjoins. The title of the card, Temperance, may also be considered in the sense of the tempering of souls, as with metals, to make them fit to be used as tools in the great works of God. So you guys get the point of this path by now, right? This path represents the energy quality control, right? Quality control, making sure that you are fit. You're not in a bad situation. This is an opportunity for you to demonstrate what you're capable of. So you get the energy of this path. So whenever you're in this experience of what you would call the dark night of the soul, and you feel abandoned and lost, and there's nothing to help you, you ain't got nobody to turn to. I know what that's like, and you know what that's like. And if you've been through that enough times and came out successfully, you learn that you don't have to rely on other people, that you can fend for yourself, right? We've all been through this because you were a baby at one point, nursing on a breast or a bottle. You had to nurse, and then one day you had to grow up. One day you had to eat solid foods and walk around, drink water. You had to go to school on your own. You had to be separated from mama. Had to go ride the school bus, whatever. You had to go to that job, go to college, go off to the military, whatever. You had to transition from one comfortable, cozy life into the next. And it's funny because we complain all the time, but when we have to graduate and go to that next stage, we look back on those times like, man, I really had it good. I just never realized it, right? All that is the energy of this path. But really coming out of that path victorious. Victorious. Demonstrate. Demonstrate your abilities. 13. The astrological sign Sagittarius is the sign of aspiration and well fitted to this path as is the color blue, the absolute color of the path. This color of aspiration extends the whole length of the center of the tree from Malkuth to Kether, though of a darker color, indigo, at the more material end. Hey, I hope you're taking notes now. I hope you're taking notes of what this path means, or what the last path means. Not necessarily word for word what he's saying, but a concept that you understand. That's how you learn the tree, by connecting the concepts that you understand with the different pieces of the tree. And once you have the whole tree filled out, you see that this is actually a diagram of the experience in reality, from the incarnated flesh to the soul, all the way up to the indomitable spirit. Sagittarius is associated with the centaur, a creature symbolizing the state of half god, half beast, which man is. And it was one of these creatures, Chiron, who consented to die that Prometheus might have eternal life. There's Prometheus again. And whenever you see Prometheus, we talking about Doth, you talking about Lucifer, you talking about existing outside the matrix and seeing it. That's Morpheus. In other words, this is the transition of human existence. Anytime you see Prometheus and Doth, we're talking about the transition from one state to another. In other words, this is the transition of human existence from terrestrial humanity to divine lords of humanity. Okay? 14. Sagittarius is also the archer, and in this context, may be considered as the individuality marking out its prey. The personality, and speeding the arrow to it. This causes divine love, just as the arrow of the popular Cupid causes human love. Coop TGS, peace and greetings, my friend. Good to see you here. And we are reaching the end. Reaching the end. You know, when you see notes on the design of Trump, that's the end of the chapter. So we're about to wrap it up. We're about to wrap it up, y'all. Go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't hit the like button already. Understand that this weekend, Saturday, I'm hosting a live workshop, a live group ritual that we're going to be going through. And it's all about harnessing this aspect of spiritual authority, taking control of the decision making faculty, reorganizing the elemental forces that govern your life and cause these situations to continue to repeat. A mastery of manifestation, realizing that it's not you that's broken. You just continue playing out these echoes that no longer serve you, that aren't useful and appropriate. This workshop, we're going to address all that. We're going to go through a live ritual. You're going to have some downloads to take away, like, actual PDFs and stuff, all sorts of things. So if you want to take part in this workshop, this live workshop that we're doing on Saturday night, click the link that is attached to this chat. You can put your email address in, and I'll send you information about this workshop. It's going to be Saturday. You want to be a part of this, especially if you want to fine tune your manifestation process and have control over your decision making faculty and restructure your life. Because once you see it from a specific angle, you have more power over the events in your life. So go ahead and tap into that. And let's go ahead and wrap this up. Link pinned at the top of the chat. You're through my mixtape in the toilet, man. Through my album in the toilet, man. Dang, that hurts. That hurts. Okay, 15. Another symbol associated with this path is Kesheth, the rainbow which appears behind Yesod. If you look at the cover of Mystical Kabbalah, you'll see that. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says, I'm Jet. Zero, you the unconditional love goat. Facts. Trav, redfish, bluefish. Redfish, bluefish. Redfish, bluefish. Amon Ross Central says, it won't let me click. Have you made a post as well? I will make a post. So I don't know. Some is working for some people, not working for other people. I'll fix it. Just be aware that this is happening. I'm gonna be promoting it all week. I will be making a post, so yes, just stay tuned as I figure out what's going on with that darn link. I don't know. Maybe it depends on what phone you're using or computer. I don't know. I don't know. But I'll fix it. Rest assured. So, Kesheth, if you've got your book Mystical Kabbalah handy, you'll notice that right behind Yesod is this rainbow. And isn't it cool understanding that every single symbol here it has a meaning and it's met with intention? It's not just for pretty decoration. Like even the colors. We just went through this last path, the 27th path, talking about the color here, red, Mars. And now we're talking about this path right here, yellow. But even behind Yesod, you see that rainbow? That's not for nothing. That's not for nothing. It's called Kesheth. Let's talk about it. Boom. Another symbol associated with this path, and by the way, here you see the radiance of the sun coming down to Yesod, causing this glow. That's because it's behind Yesod. Kind of like how you see an eclipse, and the eclipse has a halo around it. It's like that. So another symbol associated with this path is Kesheth, the rainbow which appears behind Yesod. The rainbow, according to the Bible, is a covenant to man of God's love, and so we may consider it to be caused by the dawning light from the son of Tiphareth shining through the mists of illusion. The dawning light from the son of Tiphareth shining through the mists of illusion. Isn't that beautiful? In actuality, it is the first dawnings of mystical consciousness to the soul in its state of spiritual dryness. halfway between the states of incarnationary and evolutionary consciousness. Incarnationary, evolutionary consciousness, in between. Thus, ascending the path is one of apparent darkness and aridity, the soul aspiring to the light of higher consciousness, sustained only by its own resources. And descending it is the downflow of life, light, and love. Three exact terms, not misty generalizations, from the individuality, seeking to make and establish contact with its projection in incarnation. Thus does the archer hunt his quarry, for as the huntsman seeks to kill his prey for food, so does the individuality, the soul, seek out conscious contact with its projection for similar reasons. Your soul is trying to find you. He's got so many other incarnations, but for food, I'm food for my soul. But I thought my soul was in my body. That's what they told me on TikTok. Nah, blur. Thus does the archer hunt his quarry, for as the huntsman seeks to kill his prey for food, so does the individuality seek out conscious contact with its projection for similar reasons. For the fully illuminated man is he who is dead to the domination of the lower worlds. See, so this stuff I'm talking about as far as the elemental influence, this shit is necessary to understand. This is only the first step on the damn path. Walking around as a representative of elemental echoes? Or do you put all that stuff down and walk as the high priest of your soul? Your choice. For the fully illuminated man is he who is dead to the domination of the lower worlds, using his vehicles in the lower worlds for the ends of his higher nature. Are you the high priest of your soul? Or are you just another animal person being relentlessly ruled by your hormones and your hunger and your thirst for pleasure and your fear of pain? Beast. To this end is the tarot trump called Daughter of the Reconcilers, for the path reconciles the evolutionary and incarnationary vehicles of man, the individuality and personality. It is also called the bringer forth of life, for in this manner is new life brought to birth, the higher life into the outer world, and the life of experience and dense manifestation to the higher worlds. Om Scorpius, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. All right, so to wrap this up, let's talk about some notes on the design of Trump XIV, also known as 14. The Marseilles card shows an angel pouring liquid from one vessel to another. The top one is usually colored, considered to be gold, and the lower one is silver. Worth shows this, but substitutes a single flower for the conventional shrubbery of the exoteric card. Nap is again similar, but has many flowers growing in the background. Like Worth, weight, and case, He puts a solar disk on the angel's brow. Wade puts a triangle in a square on the angel's breast, and also has it standing with one foot on the earth and the other on water. From the pool, a path leads across undulating country to a line of mountains, over which the sun, in which can be discerned, over which is the sun, in which can be discerned a crown. Irises grow by the pool, and the figure's head is radiant. Case follows this generally, but omits the flowers, and has a seven-pointed star on the breast, which is, of course, another form of Wade's serpentary figure. The idea originated, it seems, from Levi. Case makes a radical contribution in having the angel bear a torch in the left hand and a vase in the right, from which are poured fiery yods and water onto an eagle and a lion. Behind the figure, he puts a rainbow. This is an alternative to Waite's irises. Case suggests that the figure could well be Iris, and there is much to be said for this view. Iris was a privileged messenger of the gods. Alternatively, he suggests the archangel Michael, though from a Kabbalistic point of view, Raphael might be more appropriate. Crowley seems to be the first to have published the ideas depicted on Case's card, and he also suggested a moon shaped cauldron at the angel's feet, giving off a silver smoke of perfume, obviously a symbol for Yesod. He also saw the figure as Diana, the huntress. There is a link, of course, between this goddess, Sagittarius, the hunter's bow, and the bow of promise, Kesheth. When it came to designing the Harris card, though, he made many innovations, though all on the lines already laid down. He preferred to call the card art and considered it a consummation of the dual figures of his trump six, the lovers, based on alchemical symbolism. This card shows a single androgyne figure in place of the two figures on trump six. This figure has two heads, one a black woman with gold crown and silver bands, the other a white man with silver crown and gold fillet. A white arm on the black head's side pours from a cup the gluten of the white eagle, and a dark arm on the white head's side pours flames. The blood of the lion from a torch into the central golden cauldron. The figure's robe is vegetable green with unified serpents and bees, and there are moon bows by each head. From the cauldron rises a stream of light, which forms two rainbows and becomes the cape of the figure. Attendant are the red lion, now become white, and white eagle, now become red. Fire and water mingle harmoniously at the bottom of the card. By the way, he's talking about the Harris version of the card. I haven't seen the Harris deck. I might be interested in looking into that, though. This is some cool symbology. In the center, an arrow shoots up, that of Sagittarius. The alchemical symbolism is reinforced by the writing on an areole behind the figure, which reads Visita interiora terre rectificando invenius occultum lapidem, which means visit the interior parts of the earth. By rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. The initials of the Latin text spell vitriol, Vitriol, the universal solvent. Alchemically, the philosopher's stone is a balanced combination of salt, mercury, and sulfur, the gold and silver, the red and the white. The mystical interpretation, and by the way, right, salt, mercury, and sulfur, that's the three gunas. The philosopher's stone is harmonizing the three gunas, rising above the influence, guys. The mystical interpretation should be obvious and is further hinted at in the Manly P. Hall's symbol of the card, which is for the card, which is a modified form of the Tai Chi 2 sign, signifying the union of opposites, or what might be a happier term, union of complements. The Egyptian form of the card generally follows tradition, a winged being with the sun behind, of 8 points, and additionally with winged feet and a flame over the head, a design of flowers below. The Golden Dawn card had a volcano in the background. Zero says that correlates with what you said about the true androgynous energy that is behind the hormone, beyond the hormones. That's the light of the soul, illuminating the instincts. Facts, my friend. Facts. And you heard it here first. You heard it here first. Ain't nobody made that breakthrough yet. Or they ain't make it public if they did. And that's the Sattvic human, bro. That's the Sattvic human. That's the Sattvic human. That's the true middle path. And that's why the figure on the world card is androgynous, not male or female, but beyond the influence of testosterone and estrogen. That's unfathomable for most people because most people are horny. That's the animal nature. But yo, so we went through the 25th and the 27th paths, and boy, oh boy, clear as day, clear as day, clear as day. What's the structure you're building, right? What are you building, and what's it built upon, and what's it built out of? I am God. We was kings. I'm the controller of the universe, right? I'm the master of manifestation. This is how we do it. Well, rest assured, you will be provided with an opportunity to demonstrate that which you have claimed. You're going to be able to demonstrate the integrity of what you've invoked. This is not a bad card. This is not a bad card if your system is structured um, you know, strongly. If it's structured in such a way that's going to stand up against the elements, right? If you build this structure appropriately and make sure that's built on solid ground and everything lines up and it's useful and appropriate to the whole system, it doesn't matter what comes through, it's going to stand. But if you built a structure based on bullshit, life is going to huff and puff. Catch 'em bad, walk down, face 'em with the heater. The devil under your feet, you right? It's all about the structure you built. And then, of course, we talked about this path here. We talked about this path here. The first dark night of the soul. When you've got to let go of all your power and everything you know, you got to let go of everything you've ever relied on and rely on nothing but faith, nothing but God, nothing but your soul. Can you do it? Or are you going to back out and run? Run to something safe, go back to church. What are you going to do? When faced with the opportunity to prove your light, not with something external, not with a spell and a candle and some clothes that you wear, but with faith. It basically is like this. You're going to be stranded in the wilderness, in the darkness, and the only way out is by following the signal of your soul. Are you familiar with the signal of your soul? Can you hear it? Can you see it? Can you listen to it? Can you follow the signal of your soul? Because that's the only way through. And you're going to need to learn that because when you get to Doth, shit, you're going to have to become that signal and guide yourself through. So you see how this works? It's lessons and it's levels, and you grow with it, you expand with it. All right? This was a great session. There was a lot of cool things uncovered here, solidified, expanded upon. I love Kabbalah, man. This is the best. This is the best, man. Of all the stuff that I studied, I mean, I just love the art. I love the truth, man. I just love the truth. The Vedic stuff was awesome. This Kabbalah stuff is amazing. Like, I don't know, man. How can you not love this? How can you not be interested in this? How can you not enjoy this? How can this not answer your questions? This just lays it all out so well. I'm gonna do this all the way up until I reach that next dark night, and this don't work anymore, right? I'm gonna do it all the way. We're gonna ride this mother till the wheel fall off, and that's how it's got to be. Whatever vehicle you're in, you got to ride it. You got to wear it out. You got to dog it out till the wheels don't work anymore. Push it all the way to the limit. Get every drop out of it, because there will come a time, if you're growing now, that's a sign of your growth. Because if you're growing, the wheels will fall off, and then you're gonna have to walk at night in an unfamiliar neighborhood, and you're still gonna have to make your way through. No GPS, no phone signal. You're gonna have to trust faith. You're gonna have to walk by faith, not by sight. And by the time you make it out, by the time the sun rises, you're going to be stronger, smarter, more resourceful, more resilient. Hell, you might not need a car next time, but when you're driving again, you know that no matter what happens, you're going to be able to make yourself through. Oh, I love it. Framestar says, my cousin Jane thought she was an airplane. I wanted further proof, so I pushed her off the roof. Hey, do you believe, my friend, in what you claim? People love the world, all doubt the same. You'll get an opportunity of what you claim. So just be aware that the next time you go spouting off your TikTok affirmations. I'm healthy, I'm wealthy, I'm wise. You will have an opportunity to prove your health, your wealth, and your wisdom. And here's the beautiful thing. If you're telling the truth, if you have built a structure that stand on business, if you built a structure that's solid, then your health, your wealth, and your wisdom will get you through. That's great. But if you're not healthy, wealthy, or wise, or should I say, if you haven't been able to make the connection in your subconscious mind where your wealth is, where your health is, and where your wisdom is, you're gonna be out here looking crazy. Healthy, wealthy, and wise, right? If you don't believe that for sure, then life will show you what it's like to be sick, broke, and dumb. Imagine that affirmation. I'm sick, broken, dumb. Sick, broken, dumb. Healthy, wealthy, wise, right? So be aware of your affirmations. Be aware of what it is that you're claiming. I'm a manifestation expert. But look, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying this. I am safe in my body. I am safe in my emotions. I am safe in my thoughts. I am safe in my soul. I always choose, whether consciously or subconsciously, the best possible outcome. I make the best possible choices. And when I say those things, I have made a connection in my beliefs and my life and my whole system. I've made a connection to proof. I've proved it to myself. So when I say it, I'm closing my eyes and looking at the truth. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true that I'm safe in my body. Yes, it's true that I'm safe in my emotions. Yes, it's true that I'm safe in my thoughts. Yes, it's true that I'm safe in my soul. I'm not saying that to make myself feel good. It's called an affirmation because I'm affirming that it's already true, right? I am God. Is it true? Have you made the connection? Do you get what I'm saying? I know you do, of course. Of course you do. Look, man, so y'all think I'm playing. Look at C. Just tuning in, and I just ran out of gas and needed help right as it was getting dark. Also saying affirmations. It's not a game, man. It's not a joke. It's not a game, not a joke. How we do it even showed up, right? This is how we do it. Look at your life, see it clearly, and take the time to understand the voice, the frequency, the texture of that silent soul. It's always streaming down light, it's always vibrating towards you. Always. Do you take the time to be still and recognize it? Because if not, you're going to be forced to in that dark night of the soul. Because if you're not paying attention to the soul now while things are good, when the time hits, when them lights go out, when the soles of your shoes wear out and you walking barefoot, you're going to have no choice but to try to listen out for that soul. I love it, man. I love it. There's nothing else that I've experienced that is more fulfilling than this work, for sure. And I plan on pushing it all the way till it don't work for me anymore. And that's the geet. That's the goal, right? The same way that I don't really, what I'm saying, I don't really do rituals like I used to do them because at one point they stopped working for me. Did they stop working because it's not true? No. Those rituals stopped working for me because I expanded past them, right? I expanded past the Goetia. I expanded past certain candle magic and all that other stuff that I used to talk about 7 years ago, right? I expanded past those things so they don't work for me at the level that I'm at. Not because they don't work, but because I have realized a greater reality. So I have to work with different tools. I have to work with different techniques. That doesn't mean that because I'm past it, you got to bypass. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're working with those things now, work with them. They do work. But if you find yourself in a place where all of your techniques and stuff don't work anymore, maybe it's time for you to let go of them and walk by faith, not by sight. At the cross where I first saw the light, and the shadows of my doubt rolled away. I've been glad and be glad in it. Now my soul is rejoicing all the day. Right? Get to a point where you ain't got no choice but to be singing gospel songs. You're on your knees praying, begging for strength, right? For strength, not for please get me out of this. No, please get me through this. Because in those moments is when you start to develop that real relationship with the real magic, which is your soul. All right? Magic comes from your soul, not from the candle, not from the crystal, not from the book, not from some piece of grass, some herb, a bundle of herbs you done bought from the gas station, right? The magic doesn't come from the stuff. You gotta pray for that strength. That strength. Strength I need to proceed, right? My son God is peace. My son God is 777 says, give me the strength to walk through the night. Right? You want the strength to get through it. Remember Christ? Remember in the Garden of Gethsemane? Lord, Father, if possible, pass this cup before me. Yo, it's too late. I chose my destiny in Gethsemane. Right? He said, if it's possible, pass that cup. But if it's not possible, because I know this is my destiny, get me through it. He said, not my will, but thy will. You got to come to that level. Right? How many people here would do that? All right. So I'm cashing out. I got to go to Star Wars World and do a little bit of Fortnite. I got a workshop coming on Saturday. You don't want to miss this workshop. Live ritual. I'm presenting my newest information. You don't want to miss it. Click the link that's pinned to the top of this chat. If it doesn't work for you, I'll get it sorted out. Be talking about it all week. So get ready, get ready, get ready. We're doing big things. I love you. I hope that you have a great night. And I'm going to see you next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Thank you so much for being here. You are awesome. I love you. Peace. And now I am happy all the day. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Amen. Amen. Please be seated. Shout out to How We Do It. How We Do It showed up. This is how we do at Friday night. Shout out to Down Syndrome Jesus. God loves you.